listen through this and also get some help. Okay, so I hope that that's enough introduction. Now, as per our program, what we had today, we are going to begin with having our panelists just share on exams techniques, what worked for them. Now, something that might have worked for me maybe will not work for you, but we have 9 exams to do. We have 9 exams to do. If whatever I'll share with you or whatever I'll tell you does not work for you, you will have to improvise in the next exam and see what works for you. But again, it's always good to hear from someone who has done it. It's always good to hear from someone who has gone before you and how it was for them. And that's why we believe that this session is quite important for all of you. Now, what is the best way to lead than to start? So I'm going to start sharing on what worked for me, how I did my exams, and what helped me get the 9 P's in one sitting. So if you have your pen, you can write. Again, whatever I have said, try your best to analyze and, try your best and see if this can work for you. Now, for me, and I think this is a testimony that most people would say, those who did exams during my time, during my time, that the first exam, I remember our first exam was civil litigation. Guys, that exam went so fast. It went so fast. Before you know it, you're told we have 30 minutes to go. And probably for me, I think I had 2 questions to answer. And we had 30 minutes to go. And I have to do those questions. Because again, I remember before we went to do the exams, we were told that at least try and ensure that you've answered all the questions. Now, the only reason why I was cut off during that time, but civil litigation went so well. We passed. I mean, everyone was happy. I don't think if there's any of us who really failed in civil litigation. But now that is how it was for us, I wouldn't like that to happen for you. The first one is always new. And so what I'd advise is please get yourself a watch. Now, ensure that it's not a smart watch. Ensure that it's just a watch, something that you can, check on your time and see how much time has gone. Now, one thing that I can advise on is ensure that if you have 3 hours and you have 5 questions, for example, try and divide those hours with the number of questions that you have. For example, I have 5 questions and I have 3 hours. Now that is 60 plus 60 plus 60, 60 plus 60 plus 60 plus 60. That will come to 180 divided by 3. And so I know how many hours I have for each and every question. Now, sometimes that might be confusing because question 1 has 20 marks, meaning in question 1, it's like you have 2 questions. So again, try and take that into consideration. And so that means that you'll have 180 divided by 6 to ensure that you also take into account that first question. So whatever answer you get, I think it's 30 minutes, right? For example, whatever answer you get, I think it's 30 minutes. Ensure that you don't take more than 30 minutes in answering one question, because every time you take more than 30 minutes in answering one question, you are eating into the next question. Now, I'm not saying that you have to ensure that this is what happens. I'm just trying to be sensible with you. And of course, this is true. If I have 30 minutes to answer every question, if I take 35 minutes, it means that I've eaten into the minutes that I have for the next question. So just ensure that you have your watch. You are always looking, okay, I started doing question 1 at 1. By 1:30, I should be done by at least question 1A and B. By 2, I should be done by question 1A, B, and question 1A, B, C, and D. And I should be moving on to the next question. Now, again, it's very important that even as you do that, have some time to review whatever answer that you have given. And I think for me, this worked for me. Unlike going through your work or reviewing your work when everything is done and realizing that you have so many mistakes that you have to get back to, you have to correct. Papers are being collected. When you're looking through what you've written, the sentences are not correct. The grammar is just crazy because you're so anxious. You didn't write things in the right manner. After writing every answer, just ensure that you look at it again and read it. Man is to error. We are all fallible. We all make mistakes sometimes. Sometimes you'll look through your work, or rather you'll review your work and see that you didn't make any mistake. But sometimes you'll see that maybe you even made one mistake. I mean, why should I lose 5 marks because I didn't put an S, or I didn't put an I, or I didn't put a we, or I spelled something incorrectly? The fact that I have the knowledge, at least I should ensure that I get all the answers correct. So this is what I've said. The first thing, ensure that you have a watch, that you know how to time. Time is really of the essence when it comes to CLE exams. And there's no time to waste. There's no time to sit down and get comfortable and say hi to your friend and, giggle and say, oh, this is the question that we looked through, Jana. You see, so it's also here today. No, it's time to get to work when it comes to CLE exams. So once you sit down, just focus on your paper, read through the questions and just get to work. So the first thing, ensure that you have a watch. The second thing, it is my opinion, and I think it's very proper, to divide the time that you have for each and every question and ensure that you stick to each and every time that you have allocated for each and every question. And in your allocation, ensure that you are leaving some time to review whatever answer that you have. And after writing each and every answer, try and ensure that you review it. Just read through it again. Just read through it again, ensure that what you have written actually makes sense. It's something that someone can read and it will make sense to them. No ace is missing, no we is missing, no when is missing. It's clear and it's complete. Again, no one is perfect, we're all fallible. Another thing that I'd suggest that you really have to do is, and I think this really worked for me. Sometimes you really get confused if you haven't decided on the number of questions that you want to do. And so for me, I read through all the questions from number 1, A, B, C, D, everything that is there. I read through my paper from number 1 to the last question. So read through your paper from number 1 to the last question, then take the questions that you want to do in that particular paper. Tick the questions that you want to do so that even as you move forward, you know that once I'm done with number 1, I should be moving to number 3, then number 4, then number 5, then number 6, then I'm done. So just ensure that you read through all the questions, and before you start doing the questions, decide on the questions that you're going to do so that it's easier for you moving forward. You can imagine someone is telling you have 30 minutes to go and you have 2 questions, or rather you have 3 questions, and you have to decide on which one to do. Now you start looking at question 3, okay, it's not so hard. What about question 2? It's not so hard. What about this question? It's not so hard. Then you go up and down. You spend 10 minutes just deciding on which question you are going to do. So you'd rather decide as early as possible. Decide as early as possible. Another thing that maybe I can add on, and again, I don't want to talk about so much because we have a full list of panelists here, and I think they've also prepared something for you. One last thing that I can add, and if they leave anything out, I'll just come in and add whatever they've left out. Please ensure that you understand each and every question. Guys, sometimes with anxiety that sometimes we have, or maybe sometimes with even excitement, you read a question and you answer your own things. You think that you've understood that question, but actually you have not understood it. Please, and this is something that I'd advise, at least read a question twice. However easy it seems, read it twice. Ensure that you understand what you are answering. Because in CLE, if they ask you a question, they want you to answer that particular question and not to go around the bush saying this, saying that. So you might be leaving the exams telling yourself, number 1, I knew everything, but you did not understand the question. The question you answered is your own question that you set for yourself in your mind, and you decided to answer the question that you set for yourself. I mean, how bad would that be? All you need to do is to just read the question. Read the question at least twice, however easy it looks, so that you ensure that you understand what you're answering. So again, read the question more than once. Ensure that you have internalized and understood what the question is answering. And when answering that particular question, there's always no time to waste. Yes, your answer needs to be comprehensive, but try as much as possible to answer the question. Don't go out saying, I don't know what this happened, I don't know where. Try as much as possible to stick to the question that you've been asked. I know you have so much information. You know so many things. At least, because time is limited, try as much as possible to first answer the question. If you have anything that you can add, for me, I'd add those things after I am done answering the question. And I have time to add these other things that I know, and I just want this marker to know that I know these things. But one thing that I can say that is very essential, ensure that you are answering the question and not your own things. The only way to do that is to read that question at least twice so that you ensure that you understand it. Now I'll leave it there and just invite someone else to come in and and also share with you what they think is right. If they leave anything out, again, we'll always come in and share. We'll always come in and share what I think that maybe someone left out, what they think I left out, just to ensure that all of you guys have the right perspective and you have every single thing that you need to prepare for this particular exam. Now, I know that PLO, I know that you are in. Now, just to introduce PLO, guys, PLO, and it's also called Patrick, and I think is well known in the legal field. He led us during our exams. I think it was him and Solonka. And guys, I'm telling you, those sessions were priceless. We learned so much. We got so much confidence from what PLO was able to share with us. And some of us got marks in orals that we didn't even know, we were going to get. But just by talking to them, by hearing from them, we were able to prepare for those exams, and we did really well. And so I'd just like you guys to clap your hands as you welcome him, and I'm sure that he's also going to share something that is very important and that is also going to help you guys. So PLO, the floor is yours. You can just unmute and share. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah,
can.
loud and clear.
Fantastic. Okay, fine. I mean, it feels nostalgic again to be back. I would always start with that particular opening statement because, yeah, 2 years or so ago, I think we were on the same kind of platform, but with different class, and more than glad that majority of them are now advocates, and yeah, they can equally contribute to the foundation that we had set up with my colleagues back then. Yeah, so when I was called, I was invited to honor this particular call. I had to say yes because it's part of me. It's ingrained, and equally, I'd love to see people do well out here, not just in the exams, but in different spaces and spheres we find ourselves in. So yeah, I have a lot to share on, but I understand the exams would commence on 16th of November. That's on Thursday, and it's that week. Yeah, it's that week. But I think one of the key things you need to note is if we did it, then equally you could do it. In fact, you can't because it all takes the right mentality, the right mindset, the right positioning to find yourselves on this other side of the profession, which is quite pleasant. And you tend to cherish the fruits of the toil you put in towards your ATP thing for a year or so now. Yeah, so 9 units being done. And I think the first paper was always civil litigation. I don't know if we began with civil litigation, but it was a 3 week affair for CLE, and you have 9 units. Actually, you have exams that will perhaps define how your future is going to look like, and it will shape up a lot of things because one, some of you have people looking up to you as potential quote unquote cast breakers. You're the people who will perhaps reinvent the wheel, time to find yourselves and your families or different types of space and everything is dependent upon what you're going to do the next 3 weeks, I suppose. And one thing I'd like to put across is ATP, just like any other exams, is systematic. I'll use this analogy of a surgeon on a call, okay? That means surgeon in hospital somewhere, surgeon on a call. And this surgeon is performing a 3-hour-long surgery. And there has to be acute precision in whatever type of incision he or she makes to a particular patient or patients in this particular context. So this means that concentration, focus, and strategy are one of the key elements and ingredients in those particular papers, the 9 papers you're doing. During the 3 hours, you'll be in that examination room. I was at Cope University. That's where I did my exams from 3 years ago. And it was a cold season, extremely cold season. So you find yourself, trying to work within the cold or within that particular weather. So you have exams to deal with, and you equally have the cold to tame. So you have not so much conducive environment. So the reason why I've used that analogy is the surgeon here is you, okay? And the 3 hours you have to be on call in that particular hospital. The hospital here is any exam center you are in. And the 3 hours of surgery you have to work around are the 3 hours of the examination in each particular paper, okay? So concentration, focus, and strategy are quite vital to how either that particular patient in that analogy or context is the seed exam, whether it's LWD, whether it's probate in administration, whether it's LPM, whether it's professional ethics, whether it's civil litigation, whether it's criminal litigation, whether it's trial advocacy, whether it's conveyancing. So that exam is the patient. So it's up to you whether you want to make the patient leave and see the benefits of that particular surgery. And it's up to you again whether you want to maim completely that particular patient. That means whether you want to fail exams on purpose. And one other thing that I need to demystify is no one is ever fully prepared, okay? On the said exam date, on the said exam days, people still read. I've witnessed this happening. People still read. So no one could have monopoly of everything. I mean, that you've read to the extent of saying that I'm satisfied, I'm comfortable. No, it doesn't work that way. So whatever you've read is okay, is enough. I mean, right now, I think what you should be doing is try to look at some of the summary notes perhaps you've been jotting down for the past 1 year or so, because you can lie to yourself right now that you want to start reading introduction to company, introduction to MPSR, introduction to insolvency law. No, it's not the time to do that right now. So right now, what you have to focus on is how fast, how timely, how accurate, are the kind of materials that you've read over time been of significance to you, okay? It's okay to still refer to some of the concepts that you didn't, perhaps grasp, during the classes. I'll tell you for a fact, during our time, the lecturer isn't there anymore, so I won't mention the name, but during our commercial transaction class, I think we felt we weren't taught enough, or even if we were taught, it wasn't substantive. It wasn't commensurate to the kind of time, to the kind of hours, we employed, to have ourselves, become persons, who actually reflect the kind of concepts we learned at school. So yeah, commercial transaction was one of the units we felt this wasn't just it. You will tell when you have a lecturer who teaches with passion, and you will tell when you have a lecturer who just teaches to pass time. There's a difference, okay? And so we had to go back to the drawing board You start reading from company law introduction, and that's like 565 plus slides of company law. Okay, you're doing this on your own. And then commercial transaction, as I think was one of the most feared papers, and we felt if there's anything, then that's one paper that will either have the highest failure rate or the highest failure rate. It was just that. Yeah, so you have insolvency, which is part of commercial transactions. You have MPSR, but then I think the syllabus was amended. So sale of goods and what have you, that didn't apply then. Yeah, so you have those three major, topics: company law, insolvency law, and MPSR, that you have to deal with. And you're on your own this time. So you have to read one by one. And read, we did. So during the exam time, when commercial transactions came, we were like, okay, most people feared the paper because, of that fear that we weren't taught enough, we weren't taught well. So it was a good paper. And then what now substituted commercial transactions with was criminal litigation that had the highest, failure rate. And it was an extremely tough and challenging paper. And I doubt even the director of public prosecutions would attempt, as he then was, Haji. It was quite an intense and complex paper. But yeah, so over time, exams, go down, and whenever we finished our exam, we had to run to come, and I know you guys have different groups to work with, so you have to come back to read for the next session, or just revise. And yeah, and the other paper that I felt was quite perhaps intense was LWD, because I knew by then, because we were the COVID class, so there was a likelihood that we will be challenged to draft a bill, and a bill that would reflect on the COVID-19 pandemic, because right now we don't have a legal and legislative framework, on COVID-19 or just any type of pandemic. So what we have been working with, is policies and directives from the Ministry of Health. So yeah, so I had that feeling that they would start a bill as the first question. Well, what I'm doing right now in practice is just around that public policy and parliamentary affairs. So the bills, statutory instruments, that's my forte right now. I'm not into litigation. So a day before the exam, I think I had to take my friends through how to draft a bill, because I knew exactly what I wanted to do in life and at KSL and how my career would span out. And LWD was my best subject. Well, that's where my heart was, and I equally loved conversing. So had I not been a legislative and public policy practitioner, then I would definitely be a conveyancer or a conveyancing advocate. So that was me. And so by taking them through the steps of drafting a bill, so how we, more or less focused in our team is each and every one of us, we were a team of around eight to nine persons. And this was a team that we have been together since campus, now to KSL, and now here. So all of them are advocates, all of them right now. And everyone was looking at or taking up a unit that perhaps they feel comfortable, in and with as well. So that doesn't mean that others don't know anything about that unit. They do, but of course there's that person who leads, okay, that particular unit. So I was leading LWD because I mastered it like the back of my palm, in and out. And I knew exactly this is where my career was focused on. So I took them through all the drafting in LWD. So you begin with the bill, how do you draft a bill? How do you draft affidavits and different types of affidavits? What's the difference between a statutory declaration and an affidavit? And how do you draft a deed poll? And I have a hint, a deed poll is a likely question in LWD this year. They've never brought it during my time, and I think even in the past papers. So how do you draft a deed poll when it involves a minor who wants, whose guardian or whose parents? Of course, the concept of capacity doesn't just apply in civil litigation. No, the concept of capacity cuts across all units, and LWD is one of it. So if a minor wants his or her name change, of course, through now the guardian or the parents, how do you go about it? And then how do you draft a cabinet memorandum? How do you draft a letter? And letters and memos are two things that will never miss in any LWD paper. I had a session with a particular class just the other day, last week or so, and I took them exclusively through LWD preparation. And how do you draft a legal opinion? Do you understand the concept of the FIRAC rule? How do you draft an external memo? Perhaps could be in form of a letter or so. What is a legislative proposal? How do you paraphrase? What's sentence paragraphing? How do you use active verbs? How do you use passive voices and active voices? Those kind of things. Okay. How do you amend a legislation? Okay. So if you are given a problem question and you're being asked, okay, fine, what's the legislative proposal you would likely use in this particular scenario? But if you don't understand, the word legislative proposal, you'll get stuck. Because perhaps what you are crammed or can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
now we can.
thanks. Okay, I don't know where you lost me at.
Just 1 minute ago.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Doesn't be long.
So, okay, fine, thanks. So how do you draft an amendment bill? How do you draft a regulation? Okay, how do you draft a gazette notice? So there are wide varieties of drafting in LWD that borrows even from probate, like drafting a will. Okay, so it's up to you to decide exactly how do you understand different types of concepts. Okay, and that day when we did our LWD paper, the first question was a bill, 20 marks. So I opened the paper and I looked at my friends who were sitting, I think, on the upper side of of the auditorium, and I just smiled because I'm like, yeah, no, I told you, this is it. So I'm one instinctive person, and I think it's informed by the occurrences in our country at that particular moment. And how do you predict, what would rightfully perhaps be tested by CLE? And I tell you, an affidavit rarely misses, neither does a letter as well. Okay, and equally a legal opinion. So there are things that you should just expect. And mark you, once you understand how to draft, and a bill could at least take you 1 hour, 15 minutes. For someone who perhaps needs more time to draft it. But if you know how to draft anything, it doesn't matter whether it's a bill, whether it's an affidavit, whether it's any form of legislative proposal. It could even take you maximum 40 minutes for a concrete type of drafting. Not just in LWD, but equally in conveyancing and even commercial transactions. Perhaps when you're asked to draft a JV or a contract or a sale agreement for conveyancing, it all depends with how perfect and accurate are you when you want to draft. And that will mean you'll have to save time to do other questions, okay? Because you've mastered this particular art of drafting. So now the theoretical questions, which are normally again procedural, because rarely will CLE test you and ask you, I mean, what's the difference between this and this? They rarely do that. It's just a procedural question, drafting, and maybe perhaps if you want to use plain English, maybe that's the moment they will at least be a little bit fair. Yeah, so one thing, and this is the tip I will always give. One thing, you have to analyze and conceptualize legal issues. That's rule number one. Rule number two, you have to apply strategic choice of language in written communication on that particular paper. And this would apply mostly whether you have, legal opinions and demand letters in LWD. And the other thing you have to notice and you have to note is you have to demonstrate the proper knowledge of organization of strategies in writing. Some may have the answer, yes. But how do you package that answer? So the trail of thoughts, okay? Because when you miss one particular step, you're done. So the examiner will mark the first two correct answers, and then there's a disconnect in third answer, and they don't even bother reading the rest of the answers. Well, some who may have so much grace within them, they might just look into other answers. So that's why it's important for you to demonstrate proper knowledge of organization of thoughts in giving your answers in writing. The other thing you have to note is you have to structure, the legal arguments, okay? And this is normally based on the FIRAC rule and other enabling structures as well. And then the next thing you have to note is you have to apply use of co-writing techniques. And again, the rule of plain English applies here. It's fine for you to use plain English, not just in LWD, but even in other units, so long as you don't lose perhaps your trail of thoughts and meaning. And of course, there's some concepts, there's some terms in law that would remain as they are, and that's okay. Okay. And then the other thing you have to note is you have to use persuasive writing techniques. Okay. So when you're given a problem question, you have to ask yourself, okay, I have a conclusion to this particular question, but it doesn't hurt for you to give an argument and then conclude, okay? It doesn't hurt. I mean, you know exactly the answer to this question is like this, but it doesn't hurt to analyze it more and give it a more, add more flesh to that particular bone of answer you've given, and now conclude. But it even makes the examiner know that you're someone whose analytical skills and research skills are quite vital and important. So it doesn't hurt, okay? And most of these perhaps apply in probate and administration. Who is a wife for the purpose of succession? I mean, that's one question that would always bring our class into chaos every time Miss Rudolph appears. It's like, okay, who's the wife each and every time. So of course, I think since then we've had a couple of legislative amendments to the Law of Succession Act. Yeah, and I think you should be aware of those developments since 2021 to date. There was one amendment in the Senate, and then there was one amendment at the National Assembly. Please, if you don't want to feel left out in a particular question, then kindly get acquainted with those developments that affect the crux of that particular answer you're about to give. The other thing you have to note is you have to apply use of research, skills, and this means just trying to put the mind into action on all the spheres that whatever unit you're doing entails. So by research skills, you could even give comparative, analysis if time allows. It doesn't hurt, okay? And then the other thing you have to note is you have to apply efficient writing, skills. So that means, and you listen carefully. One, you have legibility. How legible is your writing? Two, coherence. How coherent is your answer? Three, comprehension. Could a layman understand exactly the kind of answer you've given? Four, punctuation. It's important, especially in LWD, very, very vital. And then grammar. And lastly, simplicity. Don't forget those key, writing skills, okay? And then there are a number of materials that form part of your reading of the course outline. Please, if you haven't had time to look at those materials, please do. Because it's when you quote from a book or when you quote from a particular, reading material on a course outline, it gives you more life, to how you would perform. It engages and informs the examiner that you are widely read and you've researched and you just don't depend on the notes you're being given by the lecturer, okay? And that's how people get over the mark. And by getting over the mark, they get over 50% plus one. And then CLE exam. I know perhaps you may not like to hear this, but CLE exam is meant to be to be enjoyed, okay? And that means you don't have to drop the ball, and you have to do what is right and not what is easy. And by doing what is right is to employ the kind of advice I've given you, because every unit has its own way of structuring one's answer. Okay. So it's all up to you now. And I keep telling people, don't ever try to say, okay, fine. I had 15 in orals and I had a project, I think an average of 15. So you have 30 and you're looking for 20. I hope none of you has that mentality here. Because I've seen instances, even during my class, where someone was even looking for as low as 10 marks. They didn't get it. Yeah, it happens. So assume you have 0 in whatever type of paper you want to do. You have 0 marks. And you're aiming to get the 60 marks. 60 marks. Okay. So now when the results are about to be announced, or you know exactly, oh, so I was even looking for 20 marks. Oh, nice. So when you go with that mentality in any exam, when you go with that mentality to any exam, then best believe you likely do more and much better than a person who has gone into an exam with the mentality of, I'm looking for 15 marks. Don't try that, because during a criminal litigation paper, yeah, someone was looking for 10 marks, for real. 10 marks to get 50 marks. Either way, people aim to get 50 plus in any silly exams because 50 is their pass mark. So this paper was broached. I was there. I could see what's happening. He sat just miles ahead of me, and that is criminal litigation. The hardest of the papers we ever did. And 1 hour later, nobody was writing in that exam room, legit. No one. So this person wrote, I think, his admission number. I think that's what people write, not your names on the exam sheet. And yeah, and he slept until the 3 hours were done. For real, because he's like, okay, what do I even write in this paper? It was that intense. It was that serious. So never going into an exam with the mentality of I'm looking for 15, I'm looking for 12, I'm looking for 14, I'm looking for 20. No. Because there are those who had 6 in autos and they passed, that 9 Ps. I know a couple, yeah, who had less than 10 in oral exams. And even in some projects, they had less than 10. But because they knew that their salvation lies in the 60 marks, they went for everything. They did. Yeah, and most of them are now colleagues in the profession. So it's up to you to decide what what works for you. But I would advise anyone who wants to roam around, around CLA's test to have an open mind. You have to aim at the moon to land, perhaps, in the skies. So yeah, with that, I think I submit and back to you, Daniel.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Patrick. Thank you so much, Pilo, for sharing that. And indeed, when it comes to orals and project marks, I think we also had people who are maybe looking for 10 marks, and man, it doesn't really matter. And I think, as you said, the mentality that we should be having is, and for us, what we kept telling ourselves is, you do that exam as if you haven't done orals, neither have you done project marks. You do it as if you're looking for all those marks. And as you've said, when you set your bar that high, you'll land somewhere that will put you past 50. So yes, thank you so much for sharing that. And I think that was also very, very, very comprehensive. For those who are taking notes, I know you've learned much. I know you have so much notes, and it just gets better, because now we are going to call our next panelist, Gitari Victoria. Anything that you could add? Anything that you think maybe we've both left out? Please, this is your chance. You can just take it away.
Thank you, Daniel. And thank you, Senior Fellow. I think you have spoken so much comprehensively, so I will not really be repetitive. I'll just try and give a few pointers. Maybe some might have been said, but I'll just give a few pointers to help you. Well, for me, I think the tips that I used while preparing for my exams, at this stage, I believe I hear you have like a week to your exam, so I think I will measure on the tips on maybe while doing the exams or during this period that you're waiting for your exams. And it seems like the walls are crumbling in because of the pressure. But I think the first thing that really helped me during my time was, just maintaining that art of being calm. There are times that you would feel like maybe you're not yet prepared, or you're not fully prepared. So I think the first tip for me is believe in yourself. And it might sound so simple or so cliche, but if you don't believe in yourself, it brings fear, and it even makes you can even fail to answer an exam or a question, not because you didn't study, not because you didn't prepare, but because you lacked the confidence and you allowed fear to cripple in. And when you have fear, believe it or not, you are not going to be able to tackle the exams best. So my first tip is believe in yourself. This far that you've come, you are going to be able to conquer this mountain. It's not like something that's undoable. So the first tip is believe in yourself. Even when you are revising, when you are going through, don't have that anxiety. Try and believe that you are capable passing. And even as I think the word of God says that as a man thinketh, so is he. Everything starts from the mind. So you can start by keeping your mind right. And then at this stage, I will not focus on, maybe you should read this or do that, because at this stage, I believe you have been following, what we have been telling you. So you have prepared, you have studied. Right now, it's like you've already done the training. You're just entering the war room. So have that mentality that you are ready for, not that you are still, preparing. You are ready for a war and you're going to ace it. Okay, and then the second tip, I think it will be for when you do an exam. My advice to you will be, as I think Daniel told you about, looking through the paper and deciding which questions you are going to answer. That's one of it. And then the second that I'd say is, I think it's best to start with the questions that you know and you are so sure, rather than the one that you are trying, because it saves on time. And this I say from experience. I think our first paper during civil litigation, I was so tensed. I started with a question that I didn't know, rather I was not sure. So I spent quite a lot of time in that. It was even question one. I started with question one, and I was not that, it was a bit complex and tough. So I started with it, and then I spent like almost 1 hour doing that question, or I think I even spent more. So by the time I'm realizing that I have no time, I have 4 other questions I have not started, so I'm tensed, and I managed to pass. But I do believe that really, influenced the marks that I got. So I would say start with the question that you know, that you are confident in, because you see something that you know, you'll do it a bit fast, so that you can go to the hard ones, you can tackle them later on. And then another thing is that sometimes after you do the exams, it's back to back. Sometimes it's just good to, after a paper, just go, relax kidogo. Don't overburden your brain. Ukitoka exam, rudi kwa nyumba, take a shower, breathe kidogo, laugh a little bit, and then get back to now preparing for the next day. I think those are the things that took me through during my time in exams. And prayer and just believing in myself, because there were some exams that were so tough, but here we are. So those are my small tips that I'm going to leave. I don't think I need to be repetitive of what my seniors have said. So that will be all for me, Daniel. Thank you, and I wish you all the best, and you got this, guys.
All right, Victoria. Thank you so much for that. And guys, I hope you've heard from her. And again, another thing that you can pick from her that I think for me stood out: start with the questions you know best. Start with the questions you understand best. If you have the hard ones, they can wait. But again, ensure that you answer them at the end of the day. But start with the questions that you know best. Let's have Hamduni Angelo sharing with us. Then please prepare a few questions. I know Angelo will not take a long time, so that we can take questions even as we continue to have this discussion. So Angelo, the floor is yours. Please prepare your questions so that after Angelo, we have a few questions that we can answer to. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, my Lord Daniel, Honorable PLO, and Gitari, for your explosive submissions. That was really, really great. I think among the three, I'm the junior most, not by age, but maybe on the order of admission. Maybe I'm actually the most recent person to do CLE exams, and maybe I will have a tip or two. First of all, I would like to rely and adopt the position, the argument that were fathered by my seniors, and I would then maybe note a few. I will not maybe say like go where and where because like everything has been said. What I can say is this period, it is a period whereby you can be calm. I'm not going to lie to you guys because this might be, if not the most important exam that you'll ever do in your life as a lawyer or advocate. So you see, during my time, maybe even preparing for orals, there were these recordings by PLO, Solanka. So when Gitari and Daniel were taking us through oral examination, those series that we used to do, I would shine and maybe good student, good student. But it was just that art of preparation. And having said that, I would say that you have been preparing, you have passed well your orals, you have passed the second part of your coursework, that is project work, you have done well. Now you are doing the third last, sorry, the second last, because you still have privilege, such that you can have 4 out of 4. So what then you need is that mentality that you can do it. I know there's a student that I do mentor, and what I would tell her is that, just go to those, let's say, the best perform, the worst perform, leave alone the best perform. Just go to the worst perform and tell me if you are not better than that person. Because if someone become the worst performing student, it means that this person was not studying. And there's no way that person can be you. Because as long as you have been attending classes, you have not been wasting your time. A sherehe or two is allowed, but you have been really, really studying library, or the fact that there's a security guard at the Kenya School of Law knows you, that one you already have a P. Okay? The fact that the kitchen guy knows you already have your P. Okay, then plus maybe someone that has drove you crazy here and there, that is another P. So you will see at the end of the day, you will have not only 9 but also 10 P's. Okay, so with that, I would just say, guys, you have done it, you have come so far. I know my senior PLO said that you leave alone the aspect of, let's say, trying to look at your orals, your project work. But I would say that thing kept me going because LPM was a challenge to me. I had 32 out of 40. So then I would encourage myself. I would say, let me study. How worse can it get when I'm not understanding anything? So, but if I do that 50 minus X, it really gives me energy to study. Just put it in the back of your mind somewhere, that you have something, at least you are not working from zero. Such that you see, this is the time that you see people trying to maybe defy exams. No, don't do that. It will be so easy for you right now. Don't defy your exams. Okay? Just go for it. Go and do it. Na mutapita. So I have nothing much to add because everyone has stated everything. It is just to encourage you guys that you have come so far and you can only do better. So I don't want to take much of your time because maybe I will be required to answer a question or two. So I can hand over the mic to Honorable Daniel as we try to maybe listen to your questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much, Angelo. Now, Angela said something that I think is very interesting. So long as the guard at the gate knows you, then please be sure that you have your 9 piece. And I think what he's trying to establish is your consistency and the amount of hard work that you've put into your, work at KSL. Again, that statement can mean so many things. Maybe they don't know you because you have a car and it's tinted. Angelo, we don't know. Or maybe they know you because you walk. We do not know. But yeah, one thing that I believe is if you've put enough effort, and the way as Angela said, you've put enough effort until these guys know you, then I want to believe. And one thing that, again, we've always said here from the beginning, you guys are brilliant people. You're not foolish people. The fact that you guys are here means that you guys are brilliant, man. You are meant for this. It's not a mistake that you're in KSL. It's not a mistake that you want to become an advocate. Just apply your mind and you'll be fine. Now, we'll take 2 quick questions because I still have 2 more people who, I think 3, would like to share quickly before we move into the second segment. So let's take 3 questions. Anyone with a question? Any 3 people with some quick questions? Yes, we'll have John. And John, please, because we have a big number, try and ensure that you take the shortest time possible. Let's start with John. John, go ahead.
Okay, thank you guys, Daniel and Angelo, and the rest like Pondego and Victoria. I really appreciate you guys for this encouragement. So it is like we are going for the battle, and in the battle, there are 2 things involved. If you either kill or you kill that opponent. So my question is just like the type of watch that we're supposed to use, because now we don't have watch. We normally use the time in our phones, but since there is since the phone are not going to be allowed, so we need to know the type of watch, also the dressing code, whether it will be casual or we must be wearing the suit during exam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, John. I think those are 2 very good and questions that I can answer quickly. Now, in relation to a watch, please don't go with your phone. That is not allowed. Even if it's off, but it's just showing you the time, it's not allowed. Just get a normal watch, and a watch that is not a smart watch. Just the normal watches that I don't mind. Even if you can get the one for 30 bob, just ensure that you have a watch. Whatever watch, just ensure that it's not a smart watch. Just ensure that when you look at it, 10 minutes have gone, 20 minutes have gone, now 30 minutes have gone. I need to be here. I need to be here. I need to have done this. So ensure that you don't have a smartwatch. And of course, I know we all know what a smartwatch is. And of course, ensure that you don't have your phone. Now, it doesn't matter how cheap that watch is. I don't think I mind about that. Just ensure that you have something that can show you that 20 minutes have gone, or whatever minutes have gone, or how many seconds have gone, and you know how time is moving. There are people who like using their shadows and the moon and the sun, how the sun is. I don't know if you'll be able to do that during CLE exams. Just get a watch. Yeah. It doesn't matter how fake it is, but ensure that you're able to see. I think looking at the moon, the shadow and everything else would be a bit funny. I don't think we have the time for that. Now, in relation to how you're supposed to wear, I mean, during our time, I didn't see anyone coming with us. Of course, 3 people or a few people came with a suit and the tie and everything else, but it's not a must. Just wear the way you'd want a lawyer to wear. I mean, don't just come with ragged and whatever. Just be respectful, okay? You don't have to wear, again, I'm not saying that you have to wear a suit and everything else, but just be respectful. The same way you used to go for classes in law school. I don't know if maybe we have universities where you can just come the way you want, but just look smart. I think it's even good also for you, but no, you don't need to wear a full suit, 3-piece and everything else, and ensure that, you have a tie and everything else, but just look smart. I mean, why not? You're a lawyer anyway. Just look smart. I'm not saying that you have to wear the suit and everything, but just look smart. Again, don't come with ragged jeans and whatever. Just look smart. Bernard, you can ask yours. Thank you. Quickly.
Oh, thank you, Council. Thank you for the speakers who have spoken, and of course, Lual for the question. Mine is on the question of venue. We have so far received the exam timetables, and we are getting a mixed bag in terms of the venues that we've been allocated. Some have 2 or 3 venues for different papers. Some of us, we got venues for all the 9 papers, but some that have a bit of negative publicity or they do not come with the goodwill that is good for purpose of writing, in line with what PLO has said on comprehension, legibility, etc. And one of the venues that I've had is the old KSL ATP, which I'll be there, and which I think is good for me in terms of interacting with my my classmate after the papers, probably have some discussions under the gazebos, probably swim after a paper before I can jump into the next paper the day after. Probably also just go to the library and gain some insights before I sit the next paper. So based on the issue of the venue, what would you advise us that worked for those who did not like the venues that they were given? And also, what would you advise for those who got the venues that they liked and the venues that they did not like? And lastly, the chairs that can facilitate your proper and relaxed kind of physical state that can aid you to answer those questions in a very presentable way, bearing in mind that sometimes success or legibility of your handwriting is a factor of the pen, the board that you're writing on, and probably the seat that you're writing on. Thank you.
All right, Ayeko, you've said so much, and I don't know, I just want to pick to the question directly, the exact question.
The question of the venues. First, the combination. Some have 2 or 3 venues to sit the exams. 2, some are in venues that are traditionally not comfortable.
All right, thank you. Okay. PLO, would you like to answer that?
All right, no worries. Bernard, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, PLO.
Fantastic, thanks. So on 2 or more venues, well, we had more or less the same challenge during our time. And I don't know what your portal states, because everyone has access to the portal, the CAD portal. I don't know what your portal says, and the exam card you printed, I don't know what venue does it have. Does it have both venues?
No, personally, I'm in the blue room. I'll be doing a visit tomorrow, but I hear the seats are not as comfortable as probably a venue in CASNEB, which I've used personally before for CASNEB exams. And I know sometimes when you have a flatter surface, and probably wider, you get more comfortable in writing than when you have a squeezed kind of that board that comes from within the chair. And I know also people who have 2 venues, probably you're doing it from COP, and again, you're doing it from CASNEB, and probably you live in Kikuyu, you know, that kind of inconvenience. So what word do you have for them?
Well, first of all, of course, there's a contact person for such concerns that CLE always provides. So if they don't provide that response before at least 2 days before exams, then I would advise that it's okay to still attend to both centers of exams while CLE is trying to sort out the issue, okay? Because right now you may not take the risk of perhaps going to one center the next day you shift to this one, and yet you're supposed to be in a different one. So I would advise, if they hadn't made complaint or written formally to CLE, then they should do so, I think, by Tuesday, so that by Wednesday they have the full, direction, and that will perhaps, make them try to plan accordingly, not just for their commutation, but equally for their, settling in that particular exam center. So that's what advice I would give. And if there's no response forthcoming from CLE, then just proceed to do, if you are to do LWD at COP today and then conversing at CASNEB or whatever other center, then just follow that. And then the other thing that I need to address is you need to print your exam card. Please do. Don't laminate it, okay? Just print it, because at the end of the day, you have to sign against that after every paper you do. So print the exam card, and don't make it have a lot of creases or fold or even get torn, during that period of time. So I would advise you can laminate at the back and leave the where to sign or the front to be as neat as possible. So that's how it's easier for one to keep their exam cards as neat as possible. Because after every exam you do, you have to sign against that, and so does exam invigilators and I think CLE at the end of the day. So make sure your exam card is neat for the entire period of time you'll be doing exams. And then the other thing that I wanted to address was on for dress code, I'm seeing on the charts, yeah, it's smart casual could do, but at least look presentable. Well, for us who are used to suits, yeah, we were doing suits doing that full time. So it's up to you, but at least look presentable, okay? As a would-be advocate, okay? Because, you just never know who is watching. So just look presentable, do smart casual. Those who want to do suits, that's still okay. It doesn't harm. But at the end of the day, it's the content in your mind that matters. So, and then yeah, I think I've addressed everything, Daniel. Oh, for the uncomfortable exam centers. Oh goodness. Well, I would say it's unfortunate. I must sympathize with you. For those perhaps who have been placed in exam centers that may not be friendly, but like I mentioned, in as much as Cope had comfortable seats, it was extremely cold, extremely cold. I don't know why. Perhaps it's just because of the room, but even when the outside environment, but even if you got inside, nothing changes as much. So dress warmly as well. I mean, El Nino is here, and you have to be careful not perhaps to get sick along the way. It will be unfortunate, but just try to balance against the weather. Yeah. So back to you, Daniel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for answering that question comprehensively. And Bernard, I hope now you have your answer. Nash, I saw your hand was up. Now, Nash was one of the leaders during my time. I think she led class E and she was quite a vibrant leader. Nash, maybe you wanted to answer something? You wanted to add something to what Pilar said? You can go ahead.
Oh yeah, hi, thank you, Daniel. And I must just say, you did not disclose to the rest of us that you go by Honorable Daniel these days. We will rectify. But I wanted to say, as regards CLE, for us, even the day before our exams, we were at CLE offices. It is very difficult to get CLE to respond, especially during times like this when probably a lot of people are raising concerns in that direction. So sitaki kuwa mtiaji, but be grateful you have a venue, because for us, even up to the day before the exams, a huge number of our classmates did not have venues. The transition, I think they said the allocation of venues by CLE is usually based on the number of people that have registered for a particular exam. So that's why you'll find for certain exams, you'll be in certain centers. And then for exams where fewer people have registered, you'll be moved to a different center. It's just an internal issue on their end. But I believe that even if you're at an uncomfortable venue, when the exam starts and the pressure is mounting, you will not notice. So Daniel, is there anything else do I continue with my tips for exams or do I wait?
Nash, thank you. Let's just have one person, then you can come after that person.
Asasa.
Okay. All right. Rispa Odanga, we've been with you from day one. Welcome again. Now, Rispa Odanga is now doing her master's. She'll clarify what that means at Oxford University. But thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for creating time. Rispa, you can go ahead.
Sorry, I think my device was taking long to unmute, but hi everyone. To my esteemed seniors, I can see you. I think also this forum is just an affirmation that I was in good hands. Yes, so I wouldn't talk so much about my masters, but just to tell you guys that keep on keeping on. It might seem like the end is far, but just know that there's always light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, that's what I would like to tell you guys today. You might feel like you're not sure if you'll handle this, but trust me. I was also at one point in this scenario, and I thought to myself, when will the end, like when will this end? Yeah, so it's a normal student feeling. Yeah, so just know that there's always light at the end of the tunnel. Well, a few of the tips that I'd like to share, I think I'll structure them in terms of before the exam, during the exam, and after the exam. So before the exam, just ensure you know where your exam center is. So do some preliminary checks. Ensure you know the center. How far is it from where you're staying? I remember I had to ask of a friend to accommodate me. Yeah. And because I couldn't go to Thika Road every day from JKUAT Karen, the situation might be the same for you. And then remember that time there was this, is it Mandamano? So also to save myself from the Mandamano issue, I had to just look for a place to stay. But just always go and always go and know where you're doing the exam. Don't wait till that Monday or that Friday when you're doing the paper is when you're like, oh, hapa ndo JKUAT Karen, hapa ndio KASNEB. Like, they say winning begins in the mind. So train yourself for battle. Go see how far can the enemy come. Yeah. So go and see how does the battlefield look like. And I remember when I went to view JKUAT Karen, I went and I told myself, this land I'm stepping on, as I'll be coming to battle on Friday, I shall conquer. Like, you tell yourself and you psych yourself. I hope you guys are psyching yourself. I know exams is not something to psych yourself for, but it's good to psych yourself. That's number one. Then number two is about having a support system. There are days you will wake up and tell yourself you want to defer. I remember which paper? I think it was conveyancing. I've always loved conveyancing, but I don't know, for some weird reason, I used to fear commercial transactions, but for some weird reason, I had so much psych going for the commercial transactions paper. But for conveyancing, I just woke up and I told my friend, missing ndio karatasi. Then my friend told me, you're the one who's been teaching us conveyancing. How are you saying you're not going? Like, Kwani, what has changed? Have you seen they're bringing Greek and you're not telling us? I'm like, no, I think I won't go. Then my friend told me, you're the one who was motivating me to go for the professional ethics paper. Even you, for the sake of me, just go and do that paper. I remember telling myself, I'll just go because I don't want to sikuisha. Then I hear conveyancing was the easiest paper na sikutokelezea, you know. So I just showed up. And trust me, well, we battled that paper. It was not easy. But now looking back, I'm grateful I went and just did it. Because kama imekulemea imelemea kila mtu. So just go in, believe in yourself, and just try it. I mean, you guys, you may not know, but you've really learned a lot that hauwezi kosa kuandika kitu. That's for sure. It may not be the right thing, like 100%, but at least it's something. And then I believe in just giving something instead of giving nothing. So just attempt. So that's part of the support system. Have people around you who can support. It could be your friends, it could be your family, it could be also yourself. They also have strength for them, for their own selves. Yeah. So have a good support system. So those are the two basic things I would say before the exam. Then during the exam, or as you're preparing for the exam, just ensure that every topic, at least, si lazima ujue kila kitu. And this is also, maybe no one will tell you this, but it's not a must to know everything. By the way, and this I'm telling you with utmost truth and utmost honesty. It's not a must for you to know everything in terms of 100%, but at least know what the course outline, like jua tu topic inasema nini ama what is there. Because I remember for conveyancing, the last topics which most of us hatukutilia manani is what was brought. So make sure your course outline, at least you know what is going on. Yeah, at least you know what is going on that course outline. Again, as you prepare for the exam, immediately after an exam paper, as I think one of my seniors has said, please come back to the house, sleep. Don't feel guilty that you're sleeping. If the paper ends at, I don't know if it's at 2, come back home, sleep maybe even for 3 hours. Then you can wake up. If it's a group discussion that works for you, it's okay. but just make sure before the next paper you have rested, because trust me, you will realize that as you proceed, especially a week here, when the papers are following each other for 5 days, you'll get so tired that you're like, I don't even have strength to go for that paper, for the next paper. So always try to rejuvenate yourself by either sleeping. Okay, sleep was the best remedy for me. You sleep, you meditate, and you move to the next paper. And please don't be discussing exams. Ukimaliza umalizana nayo, achia Mungu na watu wa CLE. So that the battle is no longer yours. You have passed over to the next people. Yeah. Then the other thing is about during the exam now, what are you supposed to do? I know this has been said, even as you're selecting, questions for yourself, as you're choosing questions, please remember it's 3 hours. Don't get too excited that you've seen 2 questions that you know, so you want to take an hour. My friend, I used to time myself, and I told myself within 30 minutes, kama sitaki kumaliza na hiyo swali, I'll leave it there. So if you're doing like 5 questions, so if it's question, okay, just ensure that at the end of the day you've done question 1, because it's a mandatory question. When all is said and done, unaambiwa penseli chini ama whatever chini, make sure question 1 you have done it. Whether you had the best of the best questions in the other 4 questions, but just ensure question 1 is among those questions required to be done. Because again, you might face a penalty if you don't do question 1. So as I was telling you about choosing questions, also think about the time. You could allocate maybe 30 minutes per the questions that you found you can easily attempt. And if those 30 minutes end, please leave that question and go to the other one. Because one thing I'll tell you, okay, especially if you also have content for the others, if you have content for the others, please leave that question and move to the other ones and finish them. Because I know there are a few friends of mine who also passed very well when they've done the questions they know. Because again, luck operates differently. Kuna mtu alifanya maswali sijui 3 na bado akapita. Kuna mwingine alifanya zote 5 na akupita. I mean, I don't know, luck also works here. But I remember for me, I tried my best. I used to tell myself, if I'm doing the other 4 questions, I'll make sure that 30 minutes per question, then question 1 I'll take an hour, because I used to feel like question 1 has so many things that I may not do within 30 minutes. It might not work for you guys. The same may not work for some of you, but just ensure you allocate each question its own time. And then don't give up. Ukisikia 30 minutes, usianze kupanic. What you just need to do, sasa legeza mkono. Andika kama sasa yeah, we need to finish this battle. I know it comes a time in the exam room where you need to have the oxygen to finish. And that's what I'm praying for you guys, because some people when they're told 30 minutes, they start panicking. Oh, sijafanya hii swali, sijafanya hii. No, just relax and legeza mkono. Wacha itembe, wacha kalamu itembe kwa karatasi. Yeah. Then another thing, I'm almost finishing. So time management, ensure you attempt all the questions that are required to be done. Always have your watch with you, because I know there are people who panic when they're told how many minutes they are remaining with, but if you time yourself, you're relaxed. Then in terms of dressing, this is what I'll tell you guys. I used to dress depending on how much I want to feel for the day. A friend of mine used to tell me, "Auzi kuwa umelemewa kwa content na pia umelemewa kwa kudress." So for me, I used to dress up depending on how much I want really to, I remember for convincing, I dressed up for that paper. Only for that paper, just to, I don't want to say it killed me, but I'm happy I dressed up for it, because even the marks helped me at the end of the day. Okay, what I'm trying to say, guys, in simple terms, is find your motivation. For some people, if they wear suits, they feel, so I have to I have to pita this paper. For me, I used to love my dresses. I used to love my, the way I used to just dress. I'm doing a kitenge, because for me, kitenges have something. I have to do well in that paper. Rather, I have to, I have to give it my best. So just dress comfortably. I know you guys will be panicking. Even some of us are not even combing their hairs because they're like, we're in CLE mode. But just be comfortable, be smart. It's not a do or die. I'm not saying it's not a do or die, because one thing I know is all of us will make it to become advocates. It's just a question of timing. So just relax, breathe in and breathe out. I know there are days when you will panic, but panic sana. Panicking is normal. I also want to tell you guys, panicking is normal, but don't panic to the extent that it also hinders you the way you're doing things. Yeah. So, and when all is said and done, I think I can't wait to see you guys on the other side, because I know you will all make it. And I believe in all of you, and I wish you all the best. You're in my prayers, you're in my thoughts. And yeah, all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rispa. Now, Rispa said that, CLE cannot be hardened. The way you're wearing is also crazy. At least one thing should win. One thing must give. Thank you so much for that. And I think it's also good for your mental health. And the way she has said again, for some people, when they're wearing suits in each and every exam like PLO, they feel like they're already, learned counsel. They're already on the bench. So if that works for you again, please wear as smart as you can. It's very important. Whatever works for you, it's very, very important. But please ensure, again, the way she has said, that you are smart. Now, Nash, you'll share with us for a few minutes, then we can have our Kilacheng share with us quickly. Go ahead, Nash.
Sasa, thank you. I will not take long because I, as I've been listening to these people giving advice, I must just confess, even me for my exams, I was very underprepared. I was those ones that went into the exam room knowing how much they scored in orals and what have you. But still, yeah, so I agree that you should start with what you know. There's nothing as painful as leaving an exam, having run out of time, but you left a question whose answers you really knew comprehensively. So always remember to fill in the front page of your the front page of your script. And then another thing, when we're talking about time, I think, I'm not sure it happened in all exam rooms, but I remember there was a clock in our exam room and the invigilators would tell you, 2 hours are left, 1 hour is left. But you couldn't always see, like depending on where you sat, you couldn't always see the clock. I didn't do my exams with a watch, but I always made sure I sat where I could see the clock. Another thing that's important when you're preparing in this, and it's possible to do in these 3-4 days that you have before your papers. I don't know when your papers are starting exactly. I think it's Thursday. One thing that helped me managing time, and managing time is not something that you want to learn in the exam room. So just pick one paper. We picked civil litigation, and 4 of my friends and I sat in a Zoom call, absolute silence. I think we gave ourselves 1.5 hours to go through the entire paper, just writing it down as though we were in an exam. Like we were invigilating each other, basically, no referring, nothing, just to get us used to speed drafting. We're able to make sure that even when we go into the exam room, we're not interacting with that time period for the first time. So you at least are able to take away the worry of time before you get into the exam. You just remember, oh yeah, on Monday I did a speed test and I was good, so I'll be able to control time a bit better. The other thing is the level of education that CLE is testing is very different from undergraduate, and I think that's what a lot of people miss. So what I'd tell you is this: where undergraduate would expect you to know the process and perhaps know a few case law regarding the particular unit that is being tested, what CLE wants to know is whether you can apply it in real life. So as you're preparing, as you're putting in your final touches, make sure you understand the processes in conveyancing, probate, criminal, civil litigation. Make sure you understand the process from the time that the client comes into your office until the time either you're perhaps winding up a company or you've gotten your grant, etc. Know that process. By now, I'm sure you all know, and then know what could go wrong in that process. You understand, maybe a will was written, but it was revoked or whatever, and procedures were not followed. I'm not going to go into details, but know what could go wrong at each stage of the process and how to rectify that, because that is what will be tested. You'll not be tested, aside from legal opinions where you're just advising clients on the procedures, you'll not be tested on what goes right. That is not what CLE wants to know. CLE wants to know whether you can solve your clients' problems in real life. So you have to understand, hey, if this goes wrong in this criminal process, this is the kind of document that I should file. This is the pleading that I should draft, and this is where it is used, and this is why I should use this particular pleading. Like, have an understanding of what is going on in a very real sense. The other thing for LPM, I remember we were advised, and I believe it helped me, is do the accounts, know what the tables look like at the very least. And also with LPM, do not underestimate the office management section, the HR, I think and HR as well. Don't underestimate it. Don't think that you'll be able to apply. Please go through it before the exam. LWD, as PLO has said, use simple English. Another tip that we were given, which really helped, is write legibly. Even if in civil litigation you will write the way you want, you will express your personality in probate, make sure in LWD you have written as well as you can. Generally, just in all the units, write in plain English, and the aim is to demonstrate to the examiner that you know and you understand these things, and you're able to explain in a simple way. That's usually the mark of understanding. You don't need to really escalate that knowledge to philosophical levels, but are you able to understand the process? Are you able to understand at which point of the process your client's matter went wrong? The other thing, professional ethics. I'm sure you've been told, use SOPEC in every answer, even if it doesn't look like it's asking about the SOPEC principles. Make sure you use it. Perfect your drafting. Know each document, know how it looks. Particularly, I think in LWD, they look at the details of, did you sign off correctly? All of those things, but just make sure all across the board you have covered all your bases, you have dotted your I's and crossed your T's. Another thing, you can't afford to go into CLE and underprepared. So please know something about everything. And also, this one applied for me. You might want to take it with a pinch of salt. I know that when you go into that exam room, and you probably, if you went in fast, you probably have sat down for like 10 minutes watching everyone else get seated. In those 10 minutes, you can perhaps be praying, meditating on what you know, trying to remember, etc. And sometimes the tension that you did not have outside the exam room will build up in those 10 minutes. And so what I'll tell you is, when you get your paper and you're immediately told to turn around, don't be scared of writing what you know. Right, like as you're reading through the questions for the first time, question 1, as you're reading it for the first time, write what you think it's about. If it's a particular, like maybe it's joint venture agreements, write that you think it's about that. Write next to every single question, even if you've not decided what you're answering and what have you, because that tends to get the tension out of your system. Because by the time you get to answering question 6, you now start to feel, I have a small idea in all of the questions, or I have an idea of what all the questions are asking, even if not in detail, so that when you're going back to read, you're now reading with the aim of answering the question comprehensively. So that will give you a lot of confidence, and it completely eliminates the tension that I had. Another thing, it might work for you not to engage in discussion groups right before you get into the exam room. That period before you get into the exam room, like those 10-20 minutes before, calm your system down, like relax. It is just an exam. At the end of the day, it's an important exam, yes, but it is just an exam. So you need to have all your wits about you as you go in. What's the other thing? Yes, do not underestimate the importance of sleeping. I know that, okay, some of us are extroverts, and that one has to be admitted, because I know for me, immediately after every paper, I would go, and I had a really, really noisy exam discussion group. I think we were 20 of us, and we used to discuss every afternoon after the papers, and it would get to the point where someone would be standing on a table yelling, and it really helped us with getting it out of our system. Kupiga kelele sometimes helps, but always make sure you have a minimum amount of hours of sleep that you get during exams. That one, let nobody lie to you that you're going to be saving your semester at 3 a.m. You will not. Just make sure you are asleep early enough. For me, that worked, because there was specific instances where I had to stay up until 11, 12, helping someone go through last minute discussions. But other than that, make sure that you sleep. It will help you with being stable in the morning, because there's just a certain weakness that you can get if you're not well rested when you're doing that exam. That having been said, I did not take the exams very, very seriously, and I survived. So just believe in yourself. But I think our year was when Anakonuche tweeted, "Jichoche kwani iko nini?" It costs nothing to believe in yourself. If you have to go and tell everyone, I was laughing with people when they were revising before that paper, and I was telling them, this paper, I'm going to pass it. Like this, Giamini, it costs nothing, and it does wonders for your mental health when you're inside the exam room. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you so much, Honorable Daniel. I'll make sure I use the honorific every time I address you after this. Asante.
Thank you so much, Nash. Now, Nash has said that please ensure that you sleep and ensure that you sleep well. If you are reading through the questions and there's something that you've seen and you understand and you have answers, you can always jot them down. Just jot them down. Of course, be as careful as possible. I think for me, I used to use a pencil. So just jot them down in a way that, again, it doesn't show that you're trying to show your neighbor the answers that you're having. Nash, you want to add on something?
Yes, I'm sorry. I forgot to say this. Another thing that can really, really disorient you is if you go into an exam room, you sit in some corner, not an exam room, you go to an exam center and you stand in some corner with 3 of your friends and you discuss very, very, intensely, and then you forget to check your time. I saw a lot of people that were left out of the exam room for 30 minutes and they were not given that extension, because they let you in and at exactly, I think, 9 o'clock they shut the door. So do not get carried away with those before paper discussion groups. Your priority is to be in that room before they lock it, and they actually do lock it and they enforce that. So please make sure you're on time. That's it.
Thank you. Do not be caught sleeping. Nah, not at all. Be active, know what's going around you. When the door is open, when people are going in, please ensure that you're there. Do not be locked out for 30 minutes. So please just be very, very attentive. Now, the last discussion that we're going to have is by Wakili Achieng. Now, Wakili runs a campaign for mental health for lawyers and for those who are in KSL. And I think this is very brave and noble. And so I thought it right to just invite her so that she can talk to us, not just on exam techniques, but to also share with us on mental health, especially now that we are going to do our exams. We are going to do the CLE exams. And I think this is very, very, very important for all of us. And so just sit in and enjoy as she speaks to us. And I hope that you're jotting down some notes, and I believe that this will be very important to you. Wakili Achieng, welcome. You can take it away.
Thank you. I think everyone can see me. So my name is Angela Achieng Ochieng. Yes, I run an organization called Sharia Clinic, and I do both mentorship for law students, lawyers, all that, together now with the mental health movement. So I'll start by the answering questions, then we'll proceed. I think that's the structure. Then I will have other questions, then we proceed to the mental health. So for the papers, you see now, I hope you can see my screen. I like videos. So this is for probate, you can see. And this is question 1. I hope you can see how I did it. Question 2. So basically what I'm trying to show you is, and I did this for all the papers. Once you receive your paper like this, first, yes, you look at the instructions. It tells you you must answer 5 questions. Question 1 is compulsory and it carries 20 marks, blah, blah, blah. So you go to, and this is what I did. I went to question 1, yeah? As I'm reading through question 1, I'm underlining, yeah? So I carried like 2 blue pens, 1 red pen. 2 blue because maybe when you're writing and then you'll need maybe an extra pen. So I carry 2 blue pens, 1 red pen. 1 red pen, the red pen is especially for civil litigation, if there is an amendment or all that. So question 1, so like you can see my question 1, I don't just read blind, you go going through the paper, underlining. I think that's what Daniel has said, and Nashipai, go underlining. And if you see something, you write on the side, take notes. So that is what I did. Question 2, I did the same. Question 3, all the way to question 6. Then after that, that's like in the first 10 to 15 minutes. Then after that, I choose my questions. I don't start with question 1. I start with the easy ones. Like for this one, civil litigation, I can't remember which one I started with. I've not written down. So I started with the simple ones. Zenye inajua kabisa hata nikiamshwa saa 6 za usiku, I can answer. So I started with the easy ones. So for instance, I'll be very short and precise because everything has been said. So question 1, I only gave it one. Question 1, give it a whole hour. It's 3 hours, yeah? Question 1, give it a whole hour. Because question 1 is how many marks? It's 20 marks, if I'm not wrong, yeah. Question 1 is a whole 20 marks, and it's compulsory. Then for there are 6 questions. Then for question 2, 3, 4, 5, the other 4 questions, give them 30 minutes each, 30, or it can even be less. As long as you're straight to the point. Usianze stories za jaba, please go straight to the point, explain, use FIRAC as PLO has said. You don't have time, you only have 3 hours to compress all the knowledge you have, yeah? So the way you have been taught, FIRAC, facts, issue, rule, application, conclusion. So what is the fact? The fact is there was a defamation claim, blah, blah, blah. What is the issue, blah, blah. Well, these are the issues for the time. What is the rule? The rule is very important. Don't go there giving things that are not there. You need to have cases, locus classicus. You need to know the locus classicus. This case, okay, not Solomon versus Solomon. Need to know all locus classicus for each and every unit you're doing. Yeah, kuna zile kesi ya Mukisa biscuits for peers are preliminary objections. Which are there's so many. The Caltex X for jurisdiction. This one there's another one for injunctions. I'm just forgetting the name. So at least have a case, in every, na hakuna kudanganya. You have to state, I'm sure you've been reading, so just get a case for each and everything. Then statutory provisions, very necessary. A lawyer, you just don't start talking your own things. You need to know. And we also know, the hierarchy of laws, it's there. So, for every question, especially if it's application questions, I'm not talking about the pleadings and all that, application questions, you'll need to start with the hierarchy, which is the first law, Constitution of Kenya. Then you go to the primary legislation, then you go to the secondary legislation, flow. So at least know the Constitution. Kama wanauliza mambo ya defamation, no ni article gani inaongea kuhusu privacy, freedom of expression, right to whatever. That flow hierarchy is very important. Understand the question. Don't answer your own things. Group discussions are very important, especially maybe me used to, what they used to do. I do the exam between 9 to whatever, was it 12 or it's 3 hours. So 9 to 12, get back home, sleep, have a group discussion with my friend from around 7 to 9, sleep again, wake up early, go through my short notes. I'm sure you've been doing past papers. If you've not, just skim through them. Go through your short notes. I am sure by now you have short notes. You'll go through your short notes. Say time ya kusoma, like the PLO say, it's not time to read these big books za company law. Please, right now, ni wakati wa lala salama, just use your short notes. Use your short notes. Hapa hakuna, me, I won't lie to you. You have 9 exams, please use your short notes. Then look at your weak areas. Yeah, kama unajua mambo the threat of negligence, look at something else that you don't know. Maybe how to sue the government. Maybe how to institute a suit. Yeah, I'll talk about that. I'm trying to rush because everything has been said. Then exams are not really new. You've done KCPE, you've done KCAC, you've done undergraduate. KSL is not any different. It's the same thing. It is the same thing. I know there'll be pressure, there'll be what, but me, I used to just mind my own business. At that time, we used to wear masks and all that. Me, I just sit at some corner, ningoje exam yanze. I write everything I know. I time myself, namaliza, after paper, I just go home, sleep, eat, wake up the following day. I have talked about the red pen for civil litigation. You can have 2 blue pens, just in case moja ishe. A ruler for civil litigation. I'm not saying it's a must, but yeah, I could for maybe LPM and all that, just a small ruler. A calculator for LPM, Civil criminal will need a penal code. It's not a must, but yeah, you might need it. Then I want to say law is not pigeonholed. Maybe in undergraduate you used to say tort law, conveyancing. No, law is not pigeonholed. You'll find that law is not integrated, interrelated. So you'll find like in a question, it's a conveyance in paper, yes, but you're being asked to draft a document. It's a conveyance in paper, yes, or it's a probate question, but you're being asked to do something that was in civil litigation. So don't say ati leo nafanya nasoma tu civil. Yes, civil, yes, is the first paper. But even as you continue, you'll have to, there's some point you'll have to use knowledge, yeah, conveyancing, knowledge, yeah, probate, knowledge ya trial advocacy, knowledge ya professional ethics, like the way my good friend Nashipai has talked about. So you can use SOPEC anywhere, yeah? So if you know SOPEC, you can use it anywhere because it's under the regulations and all that. So don't say, this is conveyancing, I'll only read conveyancing. You have to, at the exam time, you'll have to know, this is conveyancing paper, yes, but it requires me to have some knowledge on civil litigation. Hapa kwa hii conveyancing, the client died, sijui what. It requires me to have some knowledge on probate. We're done with that. I've talked about application questions. So FIRAC, application. KSL is testing you the procedural law, mambo ya draft pleadings, mambo ya draft maybe, the pleadings and charges and all that, a will, etc. But then it's also testing on your application of the law. So don't just state the law and sit down there. FIRAC, as PLO has said, and everyone else has said, FIRAC, facts, issue, rule, application, conclusion. Yes, this is the facts. The issue is this. The rule, this is the law we are using. Most times you are told to advise your client, legal opinion. Then this is how I apply the law. Application, like now you give your client the options, then conclusion, yeah? I think I'm done with that. LPM nimeongea here. About civil, because it's the first paper and it's usually it sets the mood for the rest. So in civil, I just want to focus on this. I want you to go and look at how to originate an action. So you can use a plaint, you can use originating summons, you can use a petition, you can use chamber summons, you can use notice of motion, you can use statement of claim. It can be applied in other areas of law. So just know how to institute a suit. I've mentioned all those. Then now, response to a suit. In response to a suit, you can use a written statement of defense. You can use a response to a petition. You can use a reply in affidavit, cross petition, grounds of opposition, preliminary objections. So that is how, so just know how to start and how to respond to a suit. As also PMO and everyone else has said, not PMO, sorry, PLO and everyone else has said, okay, miss out, I had to say. But anyway, affidavits, yes. Know how to draft all affidavits, verifying affidavit, supporting affidavit, all affidavits that you know, at least know how to draft. Mostly supporting and verifying. Verifying accompanies the plaint, supporting accompanies most of this. So yeah, I've talked about originating. So this is like a chamber sum. These are things I used to do before exams. This I did like 2 days before exam. I was practicing, yeah. But I'm sure you guys have practiced enough. But me, I still wanted to write. So you can see this is chamber summons. Now it looks like chamber summons and blah, blah, blah. Let me just read for you. Let all parties concerned attend before the honorable judge in chambers, blah, blah, blah. For orders that there's some things that don't change. So if you look for chamber summons, there's some things that don't change. Ata kwa notice of motion, there's some things that don't change. So don't cram just to get to know this is even though even. So for instance, the honorable court order a stay of proceedings in the first respondent suit pending hearing of determination of this application. The honorable court be pleased to determine the true ownership of the container marked blah, blah, blah. Then after all that, I'm talking about chamber summons. I'm sure you guys know how to draft it. Which application is based on the following grounds? So the grounds, you have to state them. For instance, the applicant is in possession of the container, blah, blah, blah. So there's that part of, what am I saying? There's that part of the structure of the chamber summons. And then towards the end, you say which application is supported by an annexed affidavit of, let's say, Daniel Odwor, sorry, the nature of the case and other reasons to be adduced at the hearing. at the hearing hereof. Then the date and all that, signed, drawn and filed by to be served upon, blah, blah, blah. So that is chamber summons. You do the same for plaint and all that. Chamber summons is accompanied by, I think, a supporting affidavit. So just get to know. Let me show you member statement of defense. This you can do even 2 days or 3 days before. You just sit down and write, yeah? And just prepare yourself. Usisema umejua sana, unaweza fika huko ushangae. This is a statement of defense. You write, don't say that you have crammed, no, you have to write. You need to know how the flow is, the parties, blah, blah, blah. If there's a counterclaim, it needs to be there. Then the part of the prayers, please never forget prayers, because you can draft all this, but why are you before this honorable court? You need to show, like for instance, here I was saying, reasons were for the plaintiff prays as follows. A, this honorable court be pleased to make an order of set off as set out under paragraph 5 above, and B, that the court be pleased to order the defendant to pay the balance in the sum of 30,000. C, the cost of this counterclaim be produced for blah, blah, blah. Then drawn and filed by to be served upon. Hapo kwa drawn and filed by, please don't write vitu mingi. You can say ABC and the address and finish. Usianze kuandika jina yako, drawn and filed by Angela Achieng Ochieng, associates, you'll be wasting time. Go straight to the point as long as you have the content. Remember, 3 hours is not a lot of time. And it's for you to summarize all the things you've learned in undergraduate, because you went and did, what is it called, civil, in the court, civil procedure, you've done civil procedure, you've come here and you've done civil litigation. So they're testing all that knowledge kutoka undergraduate mpaka sai. You're condensing it in 3 hours in a few pages. So go straight to the point, answer the questions very well. So I think I'm done with you, remember answering questions. Civil, what else do they want to talk about? Then now the mental aspects, now I'll come back later, but just a minute before I stop, the mental aspect, I think I'll come back later to it. Yes, and then now we have, there are 9, I'll talk about my experience. This is not for, if you're able to do it, if you're not, I'm saying about my experience, yeah? So my exams were in April last year, 2022. In March, I was diagnosed with something. I was diagnosed with the depression way back in 2018. That's not a problem. But in March, I was diagnosed with not a condition, like a health issue that affects, I don't want to disclose it, but I was diagnosed with it, and I couldn't focus. So I'm tired, I am sick, but I struggled. So I told my parents I will do the exams. They're like, no, Angela, you cannot do the exams, you're sick. I said I will do the exams. So what I did, I split them. I split them into 5 and 4. This is not for everyone. This is if you're sick, if something has happened, emergencies, not for everyone. So I split them. I did 5 in April, then I did 4 in October, and I passed all of them. So I'm just saying, in the very unlikely event that something bad happens, please, you can split. Hakuna haja uende ufanye zote 9. I know people who went and did 9 and they failed some. Let's say they failed 3, and now they're struggling to finish. Mwanzo mwingine si kwa klasi yangu, ni wa before me, mpaka saini wa 2018 alifanya zote 9, mpaka sahi ajai kuwa admitted to the bar. And I think now when you fail, it becomes even harder to pass. This is just my experience and from my friends. It becomes because the law changes. Yeah, so kutoka 2018 alifanya exams 2018. I don't know 2019 now kufanya whatever happened. But remember, there's that 5-year period. 2018 to 20 plus 5, is it 2023? So mpaka say, so I think the left chance akonayo ni kufanya exams na nyinyi. So if she doesn't do that, then she'll have to start the process again. So in the unlikely event something happens to you, that is the only time you can defer. Me, I did 5 exams na hizo ma conditions zangu, and I passed. And then now the other 4, I did them in October. And I passed. So that is just the unlikely. But kama uko sawa, you are breathing, you can walk, you are not sick, please go and do the exams. Remember, preparation, you have been preparing all this while, so don't be fearful. What else do I want to talk about? I think Yeah, then I'll come in back for the mental health. Hiyo pia itakuwa summary. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you so much, Achieng. You've talked as fast as possible, and that is good because of time. And thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much even for sharing on those who maybe you have an emergency and you still have to do your CLE exams. Yeah, you can always do 5 and later on do 4. And if you're okay, you're well, just do this. Just do it, man, and forget about it and do other things. And one thing that I believe is that, and as Angela said, you can do it. You can do it. It's very possible. Again, as she has reiterated and emphasized, it's important to ensure that you get enough rest. It's important to ensure that you're with the right group. It's important to ensure that you're in the right headspace to ensure that, of course, you're also able to pass your exams. Now, we're going to have a quick Q&A session. Then we'll have the last session. Brian, I know you are in. I'll give you a chance to also say something before we close, so don't worry. So any questions from you guys? I know we've said much. You have so much information right now. In fact, if you have a notes, probably if you have a book and you're writing notes, probably maybe you have 3 pages or 2, and you have so much. Again, if you have a mind that you'll be able to remember all these things, that's fine. But we'd just like to get any feedback from you. Do we have any questions from anyone so that we can answer them quickly as we move? We don't want to move on our own. We want to move together. So any questions from your side? Again, as we've said, this is a forum where you have the freedom to express yourself. Totally. You have that right. Don't be worried about anyone. We're all lawyers here. So if you have a question, please, you can just raise it before we move to the last part of this discussion today. Any questions from you guys? Again, don't be quiet, guys. Any question, anything that we've said and maybe you want some clarity on? It's a large number. If it's not you, then who? Any questions from anyone? All right. No questions can mean 2 things. Either we are not together or you guys have understood everything that we've said. So I'm going to assume the latter, that we are okay and you guys understand each and everything that we've talked about. I'm going to maybe just give 3 pointers on mental health. Then I think Wakili Achieng, the way you said, you'll also just give us a few pointers. Then we can get pointers from the rest of us. Just very quick, because I believe that time is also well spent, so that again we're able to move to other things. For me, I just want to share 3 things. One, please, this is just like any other exam that you've been doing. I know it's very important, and as Angela have said, this is a very important part of your life and in your journey of becoming a lawyer, and you have to take these exams seriously. But again, I'd also just like you to remember that it's just like any other exams that you're doing. It's important, yes, but please know that. So breathe in. Don't forget to just breathe in and breathe out and just calm down. Just try to mellow out, try to be relaxed. And before you go for each and every exam, please just know that you're not a stupid person. You're not just beautiful, but you're also very brilliant. That's why you are here, and that's why you're going to ace this exam. So believe in yourself. Just believe in yourself, and you'll be able to do this. The next thing that I'd like to say is that don't discuss a paper that is already done. There's nothing that you can change. The answers that you wrote, that's it. You cannot go to those invigilators and tell them, you know what, please give me back my paper. I want to add this. And you can't. It's like a river. Once the water has gone down the river, that's it. It has gone. You can't see it again. That is it. So please just after you've done your exam, forget about it. Forget about it totally. Just focus on the next exam. So please don't allow anyone to bring you into those cocoons where people sit down and start discussing, oh, in that civil litigation paper, that question 1, what did you answer? What did you say? Oh, what did you think about this? It's done. You have done it. You wrote your answer. Forget about it. It is gone. It is done. In fact, if you have so much time that you want to discuss anything, please discuss the next paper. Thirdly and lastly, please ensure that you sleep. It's very good for your mental health. You need to rest. Now, I'm not saying that you oversleep. We have to balance. I know sometimes people say this life, no balance, whatever, this and that. But please, now you have to balance. Don't oversleep, but please ensure that you have slept well for these exams. You'll need this. You don't want to go to exams and you're so frustrated. You write for 3 minutes and you're sleeping. You can't even write. You can't even see. You're just so tired. You can't even think correctly. You have a serious headache and everything. Just calm down. Please ensure that you have enough sleep. You need that energy so that you're able to think on your feet, you're able to write the answers correctly, you're able to, at least even reduce the mistakes that maybe you might have occasioned because of frustrations and lack of sleep. So please ensure that you are sleeping well. Most importantly, please know that this is possible. It has been done by other people and you can do it. Now, you'll hear stories of people who have not done it, people who have been struggling, I don't know since when. Man, when it comes to CLE, everyone writes their own story. Just write yours. Just focus on writing your own story. Write your own. Don't focus on anyone's story. You're writing yours. And your story is that it is possible, it is doable. So just do it. There's nothing else. It is possible. Okay. Achieng, maybe some 4 minutes, then I think maybe you can ask someone else to share so that everyone is able to get a chance. Go ahead.
Thank you. I won't even take much. I'll summarize because also of time and all that. So yes. Yes, I said I was a mental health advocate. I am a mental health advocate. I was diagnosed with a condition that gets me depressed every year, kutoka 2018. So I'm on antidepressants and all that. Anyway, regardless, Bado, we went through law school, we went through KSL, and God has been faithful, we finished. So if you don't have any condition and all that, when you're okay and all that, relax. This is just as my friend has said, Daniel, just relax. I don't want to repeat what he said. Relax, take time and breathe. Ukiingia kwa hiyo paper, it is just like, you remember the way KCC was, KCC was worse. Undergraduate, just remember, you get your paper like this, just relax, wait, look at people going in or coming out. You think about your things, just be in your own zone. For that period, just be in your own zone. Relax, don't compare yourself with anyone. So I want you to relax. Breathe in before you start, breathe out, breathe in, relax. Don't be tense. If you're tensed, you won't write anything. If you're tensed, you will write in a bad handwriting. If you're tensed, you will forget all the things you've known. And remember, you've been studying kutoka kitambo. I want to just focus on undergraduate. You've been studying from undergraduate until right now. Please, you have all the content. You have everything that will make you pass. Please just relax, answer those questions, finish, and move on to the next paper. I'll also belabor on that point here. Don't discuss questions. Finish your paper, go take your lunch, go home, sleep. Those who are swimming, yeah, there's someone who mentioned they went to swim. Go and swim at KSL, go home, sleep kidogo, have a group discussion for maybe 1 hour, 2 hours maximum. Remember, at this point, time is of the essence. So if you can have a group discussion for 30 minutes, but it will be more effective than someone who had a group discussion for 3 hours. So even for this group discussions, say si mambo ya kuonyesha, go straight to the point, yeah? And I'm sure also the other people, I don't know if Daniel is running a class every day, but there are people who are running classes every day, so you can join in and just hear what they have to say. Then you sleep. The following morning, you can wake up at 4, between 4 to 5 or 4 to 5:30. You can brush through your notebook, short notes. Then you take your bus, your Uber, or you drive to your place. Be there on time and all that. So I've talked about relaxing, breathing, composure. Don't be overly excited and don't have inferiority complex. Composure, be composed. There are people who are so overconfident. I think it was Daniel or someone mentioned it. There are people who are so overconfident. Mimi najua, mimi najua. Yeah, but CLE si mama yetu, you know. So don't be overly excited that you know everything. And also there has to be a balance. And also don't be fearful that you know, those people are discussing, I think they know everything. No, don't be fearful. Don't look down upon yourself. You know something, not know something, you know a lot. I wish you could just open your brain and see how much you've known kutoka undergraduate mpaka sahi, all that knowledge you have amassed. You are able to tackle any exam, hata uletewe saa 6 za usiku uambiwe this is the paper, you will do it. Yeah, yes. So be composed, balanced. Don't be overly excited. Don't be what is the opposite of, don't be fearful. Yeah. Another thing, do not compare yourself with your friends, your enemies, or anyone else. This is your life. It is in your hands. Mambo inferiority complex, achana nayo. This is not time to be feeling inferior. This is not time to be feeling, oh yeah, no. You only have those, how many days are those? 9 papers, 9 days. You only have those 9 days to do your best. After those 9 days, please, you'll go for sherehe after sherehe. You will go for a vacation in Mombasa. You will take your babe to I don't know where. But for now, these 9 days, focus on yourself, your mental health. Don't compare yourself with anyone. Yes, there was someone who was best in I don't know what or what, but focus on yourself. Do not, because comparison is the thief of joy. You know, there's some people, they go into the exam room, and me so, but me, you only glimpse, but me, I was very focused on, you're so busy answering your writing on your paper that you don't see other people. But after that, I'm being told, hey, did you see that paper for in our year? I think the ones I did in April, the 5 I did, I think commercial transaction was the hardest. Yeah. So, watu unaona tu, of course you'll see. Me, I was seated at a high place. I was in cooperative. Nimekaa huko juu. Unaona tu mtu, wengine hata wanalia, wanatoka, wengine wana faint, wengine unaona mtu anaandika, ameacha. Ushaona, like, it was scary. But me, I said I'll focus on my paper. I will write everything I know. Company law, partnerships, hapo ndo unakumbuka kila kitu yako. Company law, partnerships, circles, sijui what you will remember. You must remember. This is do or die. You must remember. Okay, not do or die. I'm just saying you must remember that point. So don't compare yourself, because if you see, my neighbor is not writing, hata yule pia andiki, it will get to you. It's psychology. It's like the way people say, if I start yawning and you're watching me, other 5 people are watching us, they will yawn. So it's the same thing. If you look at your neighbor is not writing. Ama LPM, your neighbor is not writing. Other neighbors are not writing. It will get to you. Yeah? And I saw instances of people leaving the exam room. Sasa, that is very risky. You leave when you've already started. So I don't know, does it count as a deferment? Because you're supposed to defer before 9 a.m. So if you are to defer, you have to defer before 9 a.m. So ukishaingia kwa exam room, ng'ang'ana tu umeingia, ng'ang'ana. Hata if you decide to defer and do it in November, do it maybe August or July next year. I'm telling you, the exam will still be hard. Okay, not hard. I'm just saying it will still be tough. So don't compare yourself, especially in the exam room. Focus on yourself, please. Mambo ya kuangalia, how do you even have time to look at other people? The paper is 6 questions. You're supposed to do 5. You're still spending time looking at other people. Ndio utakosa kuandika kitu. Anyway, sleep, I will emphasize. Sleep. You don't want to enter into the exam room, you're sleepy. And if you don't sleep for like 6 hours, at least 6. Okay, I'd say at most 6 hours. Okay, at least 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours. 6 hours is enough, especially exam period, because kuna anxiety and all that. So sleep for 6 hours. Know how, and it's continuous sleep. See that you sleep between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Don't break your sleep. If you're sleeping, please sleep between 10 and plus 6. Your 10 plus 6 what? Yeah, whatever that to 4 or whatever. Then so it has to be a continuous sleep. Your mind must rest. You are not a robot. You are not a computer. Your mind must rest. So you sleep. If you don't sleep, you know what will happen. You'll enter the exam room. You'll forget everything. No, you won't remember anything. If you oversleep, you see, so there has to be a balance. I recommend 6 hours, between 9 to maybe 3 or 4. Then between 4 to 6, you can be brushing through. 6 to 7, end a venue. 7 to 8:30, go through your short notes. 8:30 to 8:30 anza kupanga line uingie, because by 9 they close the door. Tumemaliza hiyo mambo hiyo ya sleep na nini. Take waters. I'm about to finish. Take lots of water, drink water, drink water. Not during the exam or nini. I'm saying after the exam, drink water. Water has a calming effect and it helps you breathe. And you can even buy chocolate on your way back home. Chocolate has been proven. This is a thing they had to research, because of depression. Chocolate has been proven to increase your mood. You can also exercise. Exercise releases some hormones called endorphins that make you feel like you've achieved something. So after exam, you can decide to swim. You can decide to walk around. You can decide to not talk to your, okay, I don't know what you'll be discussing with your friends because all of you are doing exams anyway. You can decide to even watch comedy, like on YouTube. Yeah, we have funny clips you watch. See at your whole hour, maybe 10 minutes, 30 minutes, just to debrief. It's called debriefing. Yeah, so take lots of water, fruits, eat a balanced diet. I will emphasize on that. And then the last thing I'll talk about is faith. Then others can speak. Mambo ya faith, please. I know some are atheists. You don't pray, it's okay. But me, if you're a Christian, if you're a Muslim, if you're a Hindu, if you subscribe to any religion, please pray to your God. Pray to your God. Invoke the power of the Holy Spirit. I don't know what you will do, just pray. Yeah, because you can do so much that you can prepare 1,001 times. But ukiingia hapo ni wewe na Mungu wako. Naambia Mungu, mimi nimesoma, please intervene. Help me remember what I read. Yeah, so you need to pray before. And I'm sure people are praying for you and whatever. In the morning, pray before you go to the exam room, before you get to the venue. Pray when you're at the venue. Pray, see, long prayers, just short prayers, yeah? Pray before you start your exam. You pray. And then in the evening, ukifika nyumbani, pray and tell God, nisaidie tu hiyo nimemaliza, help me to pass as I prepare for this. So I can't overemphasize the importance of prayer. Not religion, my relationship with God is what has helped me all these years, even with the antidepressants and all that. You'll be given medicines and whatever, but your relationship with God, if you subscribe to any religion, your relationship with Allah, if you are a Buddhist, I don't know, if you are a Christian, your relationship with Jesus will help you. So pray. I think I'm done. Yeah. Yes. So all the best. You can watch the videos. I think, there are so many videos. PLO has done several videos on PLO and Solonga. They have videos on YouTube. You can check. Me, I have a video, Sharia Clinic. You can just check Sharia Clinic. I have a video on conveyancing, na defamation and other things. So you can go Sharia Clinic, uangalie. Kama uko na shida conveyancing, enda utafute your video, Sharia Clinic conveyancing. Itakusaidia sana. I brought an advocate called Ruth Tanui. She explained almost everything in summary. Then I think the other YouTube videos, YouTube has helped me learn, yeah? So at times you don't have the energy to look at all your books. So I look for short clips. I think there are also recordings of classes in our year, because we were purely virtual. And that's what used to help me. I was sick, yes, but during that period, nikisikia tu niko na kanguvu, I go into that, is it the portal? I can't remember. Then I look for the classes I've missed. I listen, I take notes. Okay, I never used to take, okay, yes, I take notes, but when I was sick, I couldn't. So I just listen. Hiyo kusikiza tu ilikuwa inanisaidia, nashika. So you have all it takes. Use any method, group discussions, YouTube videos, anything that you can do, as long as it's not leakage, as long as it's not more Kenya, please. Sawa. Thank you so much. The next speaker can continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Wakili Achieng'. Yeah, if you want to listen more into what Wakili Achieng' shares and what her journey is, and more insights from her, you can just go to YouTube and look for Sharia Clinic, and you'll be able to see and hear more, interact with more videos from her side. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing with us. May God bless you. PLO, I think I'd just like you maybe to just talk about one thing, and that is this issue about leakage. The people who say that maybe those who are rich and in KSL, those who know people somewhere, always have leakage for these exams. Now, for me, that's not something that I believe. I don't think there are any leakages, but again, I do not know. I think I've been in a situation where a friend of mine was staying up late the whole night because someone was sharing some leakage with them. I think it was during my time. But then when the exams came, this leakage did not work, and these guys were really disappointed. They were so much disappointed. So I don't know whether they were conned. I don't know whether the leakage that was leakage was not leakage. I don't know whether, there are people who are out there who will be telling you to, pay this amount of money, join this session. It will start from this time to this time. We're going to discuss the paper that is coming up. We have all the predictions. PLO, what do you have to say about this? I think you're the most senior person in the platform today. Maybe what would you like to tell this lot about leakages when it comes to CLE?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, fantastic. Well, I think leakage is a concept of the mind, and it's meant for destruction. And I think whoever perhaps is is waiting for leakage perhaps shouldn't even have joined Castle in the first place, because at the end of the day, whether there's leakage or not, it's you and your destiny. Well, I mean, if you're lucky enough, of course, I mean, there have been certain, stories going around, and equally the other day when CLE was on a rampage, and the CEO was almost being the acting CEO was almost as secretary to the board was almost being ousted. Yeah, there are allegations of exam leakage, but that shouldn't distract you. I mean, whether someone gets the leakage or not, there has to be a day, and that day would always come when the wheat shall be separated from the chaff. So it's the practical aspect of what you've learned over time at school, and it will always reveal itself in practice. It doesn't hide. Okay, so proper prior preparation prevents poor performance. That's the rule of 6 Ps that I think I've carried over time since my high school days to date, even in my work environment. So once you prepare adequately, I don't see even the need to harbor, the thoughts of getting leakage. It doesn't work out that way. I mean, you're smart enough, you're equal enough, and if you don't believe in yourself, then I do believe in you to like make and break even and whatever aspirations you have in different types of units you'll be doing beginning on 16th, you're capable of doing that. So the confidence, I mean, the belief, if you don't believe in yourself, then no one else would. But I would, because I feel you're adequately prepared. And there's nothing strange on that paper. It's the wording that changes. And it's the key terms that have been twisted to appear that it's a strange term you've never heard of. But more or less the same thing. It's just that the examiner wouldn't be direct with you. They don't even want you to think, think outside the box. They want you to think without the box. Okay. So there's a difference between someone thinking outside the box and someone thinking without the box in the picture. So it's up to you to try and see how best do you make use of it. I think for me, CLE exams, that's the best opportunity to prove to yourself that you really want to contribute to the legal and policy and legislative framework of this country, that you are equally capable of someday taking an oath at the Supreme Court grounds to uphold, defend, and protect the rule of law. Okay, yeah, so I think it's a golden opportunity. It's a good challenge, I must admit. However intense or demanding it is, I think that's the best opportunity you have to now stamp your authority, to stamp whatever vision you have for your future, not just for yourself, but for your family, for your friends, and larger for the country. So it's a golden opportunity. So have fun while at it. I mean, you don't have to frown each and every time. I mean, it's have fun. Yeah. So you can equally, just know that there's a difference between motivation and discipline. So all that you've given you here is just motivation, but discipline will now determine whether you'll be on the other side of history or you'll still be on the side that you are in at the moment. So discipline makes motivation work. And by discipline, I mean when you get home, perhaps from the exam, and you have one or two neighbors, playing music. I mean, to the I don't know, the full blast. I had such neighbors during my time, and I was reading. I had to go and knock on their door to just stop that, and just give me 3 weeks to finish my exams so they can play as much music as they want. Okay, yeah. So that discipline. I mean, if you don't invest in yourself, then it's hard for you to get the returns that you need. Okay, so if it's about reading, and by discipline, I equally mean managing a social media presence. Okay, so when perhaps you want to read about the next people for the next day, say LWD, and you want to go through a whole topic in 1 hour or 2 hours, but covering at least 3 topics, then that means you shouldn't even get close to your phone. You either go offline, your data is off, and you read whatever notes you have, and you time yourself. Once the 3 hours are done, switch on your phone, get on social media for about an hour, and then sleep, and then get back to the same kind of thing you're doing in those 2 hours. Now that's discipline, because you know how to manage yourself properly. Yeah. So, I had also forgotten to mention, I mean, there's an ambulance on standby in every exam center. So I don't know if Kessel had, but we had one at Cope. Yeah, and I think the only time I used the services from that ambulance was my finger had had an issue, and well, it was more or less, I've forgotten. There's this term. It had swollen because of writing too much, and I think I was doing child advocacy on that day, or LWD. Yeah, so I couldn't write more, so I had to go and get an elastoplast covered on one of my fingers, and got back to the exam room. Yeah, so I think that's the only time I use the services from that ambulance, but it's meant for you. If you feel sick, if you feel some headache, it's there. Okay, so that shouldn't discourage you. Its presence shouldn't make you fear that people indeed faint when you do these exams. No, it's the exams are meant to be enjoyed, really, and do what you can with what you have, and leave the rest to whatever deity you subscribe to, whether it's Buddha, whether it's the Mahabharata for Indians, whether it's the Krishnas in Mahabharata, that's their holy Bible, or the Christians, or agnostics, or atheists, whatever deity you subscribe to, it's up to you. But grace is equally important to get through that particular week. It's demanding, yes, but it's worth the ride. Oh, don't forget to invite us to those parties once, not even done with your last paper. I think once you have your 9 Ps, I'm not interested in the parties after you're done with the last paper. No, I'm interested. Well, it's good to celebrate the strength. That is okay. That's fine. But the ultimate relief you'll ever have, and you'll never have such a feeling again in your life for quite some time, but getting that 9 Ps, that is the most fulfilling moment you'll ever have in life. It's quite full of tension when you're trying to locate your admission number, but but once you do, I didn't even bother looking at respective units. I just went to the last column, now where the summation of the passes was. So it indicates 9, and I'm good. I'm not interested with the rest. It's 9 Ps and that's it. So now that's what I'm looking forward. So when it gets to that point, when you have your 9 Ps, now call me for celebration. That I'll do. I'll show up. I'll dress up for it, including your admission as well. Right, back to you, Daniel. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, PLO, for that. Yeah, so I think you'll get more than 100 invites from these guys, because I want to believe that most of them or all of them are going to pass their exams, and we believe God for that. Again, as PLO has said, this is your chance to stamp your authority, guys. It's your chance to stamp your authority. And as we've been saying all through this while, you guys are the future senior counsels. You guys are the future judges. You guys are the future, Supreme Court judges. You guys are you're the future of this nation. We are all the future of this nation. Please, let's not focus on, leakages or whatever. Just read, get ready. You can do this. Okay, so now the time is well spent. It's already 11. Just last words, and we're going to go very, very fast. Last words. So Nash, you're starting, please. We only have 2 minutes. Okay, wait, Nash. Sorry, Brian. Brian, I know that you're in Njoroge. Maybe you can just take 2 minutes or 4 minutes. Whatever advice that you have, and last words for these guys. Maybe wishing them well, and just telling them all the best.
Okay, so hi guys. So DSO, I was not prepared to speak. What a 2 minutes Nikki bow. So the first thing I'd like to tell these guys is the most important thing is self-belief. The first thing you have to do is to win mentally. And I'll just give you a tip for civil. I don't know, DSO, can I? Okay, I'll just give you guys one tip for civil. Then maybe if you get another chance, you can delve on the other units. So for civil litigation, you'll have to solve only 3 Ws. I call them 3 Ws. It is who to sue, what to draft, and where to sue. When you have these 3 figured out, you've basically mastered civil. Because when you know who to sue, you solve the issue on parties. When you know where to sue, you solve the issue of jurisdiction. And when you know what to draft, there's a high possibility of getting full marks. And in most cases, the marker develops a positive attitude towards your paper because you look like someone who knows what he or she is doing. So for just the last word, do your best and God will do the rest. Thank you. Back to DSO.
Thank you so much, Brian. I think that's very, very valuable. At least for civil litigation, yes, shared. Please, I know that you have that written, and it will really, really help you. Nash, last word, very quickly.
Hi. Oh yeah, sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. You guys are going to do very well. It will be easier than you expect it to be. The papers are completely answerable. Don't worry about it. Don't tense. Don't overthink. God is going to be with you throughout the entire process. All the best, and thank you, Honorable Daniel, for the invite.
Thank you, Nash. Thank you so much for even joining us. Wakil Achieng, last words.
Oh, thank you. So my last words, okay, I will make it my point to pray for you guys. Nitawaombea sana, just do your best. I think I've spoken a lot. Please, you can go back to the recording. Meanwhile, I'm sharing some links on the chat. You can look at those YouTube channels. Those are the channels that helped me together with the one for PLO and Solonka. So if you have a conveyance in Angalia hiyo, if you have civil, just go through those ones. So I'm posting links on the chat box, but all the best. I'm praying for you. You can do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can have Rispa. Now Rispa has been with us here since day one. Like, these are the guys who have been here each and every day, each and every moment. We have worked together from the first time I think you guys are going to do your orals, and from the first meeting. And so I think this is quite important. Rispa, maybe your last words to these guys. What do you have to tell them? All right. I don't think she's in. Maybe she's having issues. Gitari Victoria, again, she's been with us ever since we started. Victoria, what do you have for this class? All right. So I think these guys are either busy or they left early. A few people from your side, a few students wanted to say something before we finally close our session. And so I think I'm going to give them this opportunity to just say their last words, tell us what they think, give us feedback. And so I think, Bernard, you can start. Then Donna, you can just get ready to finish.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I don't know where to start from. It's a great ambush, but I always believe in impromptu speeches. So perhaps comrade lawyers, learned friends, counsels, wakilis, and our guests. Today, I'm a proud ATP 2023 student and would like to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the hundreds of ATP students who are part and parcel of the assemblage sessions this year. Of course, this was our first time. We didn't know what was happening. We just saw assemblage. I think I got the link from one of my colleagues, rather classmates who is here. And I just joined, and it was that time when we had a lot of frenzy around every WhatsApp group that was being formed. And I kept joking that at this level, we are like the followers of those people who are caught in Kilifi, because all you're looking for is a belief that this is the route to success, this is the route to heaven, this is the route to, the 9 P's. So whoever comes with the gospel, whether they're reading it from the New Testament or not, you will just believe that this is where I'm supposed to go, and so you go. And certainly we will know the proof of the pudding next year when those results come out, and we believe that it will all be well. So I pass my gratitude on behalf of the students who are here, to all our guest speakers, and more so to the main hosts. I know Daniel has mentioned them. Victoria, who has been here from day one, Rispa, who has been here from day one, all the way from the Oxford University. We've had Angelo, that was a difficult name for me. We've had Hesbon, we've had Ann Young, we've had Nyambura, we've had Bernard Mwasia, we've had Nashpai, we've had Brian, and even today, we also have had PLO, we've had Brian today, we've had Wakili Achieng, you've reminded us that we need a red pen. My colleagues, my friends, my classmates, remember the red pen. It's for amendments. Actually, I had forgotten, so tomorrow I'm getting myself a red pen, though I dread it for being the pen that marks, not the pen that writes during exams. We need a ruler, definitely, for striking out and not pleadings. We need a calculator for finding out which figures are balancing and not for journals. We need a penal code to know which sections of the law we will be asked to quote in the criminal paper. Then lastly, of course, we need the mental aspect of our health. So from Wakili Ocheng, we can't underscore your submissions today. And of course, I can't forget Daniel. You always worked with us. I think you are the face of the team, and we really, really, really appreciate your effort. Even where you could not stand in, you were courteous enough to write to us on time and say, Council, we postponed today's session for one reason or the other, and we could pick it with the humility that that was supposed to be taken. I imagine yesterday when we lost power, you're the first person to tell us that this is a countrywide issue. I nearly thought it was the main switch of my power box, but when I saw your message, I was well comforted. As I near to conclude, I would like to start also by thanking the rest of the lawyers, our seniors who have been here, for sparing their valuable time to join us and share their knowledge, skills, and experience, not just on the bar exams, but also on the law in motion. You have showed us in one way or another that even what we are learning has changed to what is being practiced today. And we consider that law in motion to have been a very important part of these sessions. I would also like to extend my gratitude to, of course, our hosts, the key ones being Daniel, Hesbon, and Angelo, who have been our guiding lights, imparting wisdom and knowledge to us and nurturing our talents. Their unwavering support has been instrumental in our growth and development, not just as ATP students, but as future legal practitioners. And I'm sure everyone in this session today, as late as 11, 12 now, can attest to this. We cannot underscore also the importance of the assemblage session to us. Once more, and on behalf of the other ATP students who attended, my appreciation again goes to the extra spark that we received that has prepared us to be ready to sit these exams in the coming week, and actually this week. And for Wakili Ocheng, I think your session would not have come at a better time. Today I spoke with the various colleagues and classmates, and I can tell you the pressure is real. Forget about the pressure cooker. This one is real. And I think even in the course of the exams, I would beseech you to ensure that you at least you have a few sessions, maybe 1 hour sessions over the 2 weekends, just to talk to us about the question of mental health. And as they say, taking care of your mental health is an act of self-love. And we want to say thank you for that. Finally, I want to also look back and thank everyone who attended, my ATP classmates, friends, and especially those who are quite active in contribution. I remember in some sessions we had classmates who are monopolizing the sessions, and we salute you for that. And in some cases we were worn out, not to lift our hands, but in some we loved your arguments. So Wakilis, your contributions have not gone unnoticed. I know very great minds here who contributed to a point where Daniel would then get pissed off and start asking us to just say whatever we have in mind. But it was all in the spirit of inclusiveness. And so we are grateful for all those who domineered by virtue of sacrifice to keep these sessions active. Most of you have already rubbed shoulders with the real meaning of Wakili from the various hoods you come from. And I can only summarize by saying, remember that being a Wakili is like having a huge load on your back. And as we say, to those who much is given, much is definitely expected. I wind up by concluding that the assemblage session would not have been possible without the support and hard work of each and every one of you, fellow comrades. And on behalf of the entire ATP 2023 student fraternity, I'm definitely humbled in one way or another to look like I'm giving a vote of thanks and express my sincere thanks to all of you. I wish you the very best in your exams, success in pupillage, victory in your practice, good health, and life of bliss. Have fun, stay safe, plant trees tomorrow, and good night. Bernard, I sign off. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bernard. Let's just clap for Bernard for such a great vote of thanks. Thank you so much, Bernard. May God bless you too, and all the best in your career. Donna, I don't know if you're ready. Donna Odur.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think Bernard has said almost everything. So mine is just to thank you guys. You guys have held our hands from Kitambo before orals up until now. So personally, you've helped me believe a little bit more in myself. Yeah, I'm naturally a shy person, but since I joined here, I got to try and express myself a little bit more. So I am so grateful to Daniel, Angelo, and everyone else who led us in the oral discussions and all those sessions up until today. I thank you on behalf of my classmates for your time, for dedicating your every Saturday, because normally you'd expect you have a life, but then you take your time to lead us through this discussion, and I am very grateful for that. So much has been said, and to my classmates, we have fought the fight. We are almost finishing the race, so let's keep faith and hope that at the end of this, tutatoka na 9 Ps. I am very grateful. I wish you all well. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Angelo, Yellow, and everyone else. Yeah. Thank you and have a blessed night.
Thank you so much, Donna. Let's also clap for Donna for those very, very good last words. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Now, from my side, I will not be giving the vote of thanks, but we have Rispa and we have Angelo. So, Rispa, I don't know if you want to go first, then Angelo can follow thereafter.
Okay. Hi once again. I think I'll do it very fast because I understand it's late on your end. From my end, it's still early. It's 8:19. Anyway, first of all, is to thank all of us who have been joining or even joined today. I hope you've been able to get something. And just to tell you guys, you're equal to the task. The storms will come, but trust me, you have everything that you need to swim and get to the other side of the shore. So I pray that you won't be overwhelmed, but you will swim till the end and you'll get to the shore. So all the very best. Thank you for giving us a platform to learn, that you've believed in us and also you've learned from us. Thank you very much, Dan. I think in my other life, I'd like to be you because I mean, you're very patient. You even as I see that you prepared the next cohort after me, it also means a lot. It means a lot for you to just mentor and just give back. So thank you very much. And I pray that God also blesses you abundantly. Thank you guys and all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rispa. Thank you so much for that. Again, thank you so much for being with us since day one. Thank you, guys. We can just show her some love and some claps. Thank you so much. Angelo, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Daniel. This has been a great session. Just to tell colleagues that this is doable. So just go for it. I know after exam, you will have a lot of dreams, including the 9 Ps. So you will dream a lot. So it will happen. Some dreams will not be good, but still it won't change anything. You will be celebrating at the end of the day. So just keep the good work going. I hope maybe next year when we will be preparing the next cohort, so some of you will join us. Brian, I don't know, is it Ayeko? Maybe you can join us next year. Donna, there are those of Lim Lim. Is it Were? Just to mention a few. Okay, I know you guys. You guys were amazing, and I'm happy that I was part of this group. So until we meet again, just go for those 9 Ps. Thank you, Daniel. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you so much, Angelo. Thank you so much for, and let's just clap for Angelo. Thank you so much for the amount of energy that you've put in, and thank you so much for standing in for me, man. Every time I wasn't in, you are there and you ensured that we have these sessions. And may God bless you. Donna, you want to say something? All right. Now, PLO, you being the most senior person we have, Donna, you want to say something, or you're just raising your hand? I don't want to cut you out. Okay, so I was saying, PLO, you being the most senior person that we have in this session, maybe you can give us the last word and just encourage this lot and, wish them best of luck as we close.
All right. Thanks. I think for what has been said, I think there's an element of our intention to see you do well, and just make yourself proud first before you make the rest proud. And you can do it once, and you do it right, and that in itself would mean that at least a huge burden, has been lifted off your shoulders. So, like I said on the chart, grace, great, and focus. So believe in yourself first, then apply what you know, and it's easier for you to find your way and navigate your way around the 3-week period that you'll be doing the exams. And I'm looking forward again to welcoming you to the bar soon, inshallah, if God wills. And yeah, so go and do your thing. Go and get the 9 Ps. It's doable. We did it. You can do it. And I hope in the next cohort, you guys again will keep on perhaps mentoring others. We began with this, particular initiative, and I'm more than glad and more than happy that it has taken shape. And this is what we wanted to see at the end of the day, something sustainable. So thank you, Daniel, for perhaps, taking them through this. And I hope once they've been admitted to the bar, they'll keep on, forging on that same path and, yeah, make it a whole change. So when I meet my mentees who are now mentors to others, I feel great. I feel good because when I keep meeting many of them in the street, like, hey, you taught me. I can't really recall their name, but it feels good that you really counted in someone's life and you did it for free, and you just wanted to see them do better in life. So with that, I rest my case, and I wish you well, because like I said, you can do it once and you do it right, beginning on 16th of November. So thank you and have a restful evening. Oh, and Daniel has my contacts. So does Rispa. I think some of you do. Yeah, so once in a while, I do pop in, pops to guide where I need to be, because I still have a couple of other students that I mentor, at least thousands of you. Yeah, so I feel great whenever I see you become ambassadors out here. Yeah, as we keep on doing better, and then sending the lift down to pick up those that again should be, be in the same spaces that we find ourselves in. So my team, Solonka, Sumaya, Noah, Alex, yeah, those are people that are doing well out here, and I'm so happy because it's the vision that we had. And I think once we, like John the Baptist, prepared the way for Christ, yeah, I think we try to be pacemakers in this profession, and yeah, just sound the ladder down to get you up, yeah, and make the profession better. At the end of the day, if we have a sound bar, then it's easier for us to make progress, not just from the bar side, but even from the bench. Yeah, so back to you, and I wish you well. I can't wait to see you perhaps get those pieces at the first setting. Yeah. So Daniel, you have my contacts, and yeah, I think those who need, we just get it from you. Yeah. So thank you, and see you soon. Good luck. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Bello. Let's just clap for him. Thank you so much, even for agreeing to join us. Thank you so much for coming through and just sharing with this lot. Thank you so much for being available. I know maybe your schedule is quite tight, but thank you so much. And again, thank you so much to you and Solonka for starting this. Thank you so much. I know that it will continue to happen. Now, this session, I believe, helps each and every person because again, we do it for free. It doesn't matter what you have. You come here for free. We learn together as a community, and that's what we're trying to create here. And I want to believe that the same intentions PLO and Solonka had when they started these particular sessions. We do it for free. So we're just creating a community, and we believe, and the way PLO said that even after us, we'll have other people coming up to do this. And we are always ready. As lawyers, we have to stick together, man. We have to stick together. We have to work together. We have to be a community. We are stronger together than if we are apart. And so for us, we will continue doing this. We'll continue moving, and we commit to do it for free. So even after you guys, we are waiting for the next session, and we'll continue moving. Now, if there are any of you who are interested in helping the next generation, in helping the next lot to do this, if there are any of you who are ready to mentor them, please hit me up anytime. You'll join our team. We'll keep moving forward. We'll keep doing this for free. We'll continue working hard to create this community. And I believe that you'll be blessed in ways that you won't even understand. Now, for my team members, I'd really like to thank them. Thank you, Angelo Makwei. If you go to LinkedIn, you'll find him there. You can follow him. We can always keep in contact. Angelo Makwei. We have Rispa Odanga. If you go to LinkedIn, you'll find her. Just follow her so that, again, we just keep this tight connection. We have Gitari Victoria McKenna. You can find him there. Again, PLO is well known. I'd like to say he's famous. So I think you'll also be able to find him. Then my name is Daniel Oduor. So if you go to LinkedIn and just look for Daniel Oduor, you'll find me. I think one thing that I've learned about the legal profession is that networking is just everything. Because PLO did something for us, I was able to remember that, one day this and this happened. And so let him come and share with us today. And again, when I meet him out there, I know him because we have interacted. So please, let's keep those connections going. Let's ensure that we are talking, we're still sending each other's messages. We're still helping each other even out there. When you meet me, when you meet Angelo, when you meet Rispa, Gitari, any of us, just say hello. Let's talk. Let's be friends. Let's just work together. Let's keep this community. And I believe that it makes us stronger, not weaker. It only makes us stronger. Now, if again, just to emphasize, if you want to join us, you can find me in LinkedIn or my friends, or if you know PLO personally, you can hit him up. I know he'll send your number to me. We'll be able to grow together. The only way that this is possible is if we have other people helping. And I believe that most of you would like to help. My last words, a task that feels impossible and a task that feels doable is merely a matter of perspective. A task that feels impossible and a task that feels doable is merely a matter of perspective. Lastly, no matter what you're going through, there's always another brick sitting right there in front of you, waiting to be laid. The only question is, are you going to get up and lay it? The reason why I'm saying this is you'll go through certain exams and they'll be so hard. But please, there's always another exam. There's always another brick waiting to be laid. Focus on what is ahead. In your profession, you'll go for these PPH interviews and maybe you won't be able to make it. There's always another chance. So long as you're not dead, there's hope. So long as you're not dead, there's hope. One person might not like you, but what do you know about the next person? The only way to know is to interact with them. No matter what happens, no matter how hard the task is, it is only doable in relation to your perspective. No matter what you're going through, no matter the number of people, the number of interviews that you've done for pupilages, no matter how tough it is in the legal profession, no matter how hard you're trying to adapt, my last words are this: there's always another brick sitting right there in front of you, waiting to be laid. The only question is, are you going to stand up and do it? Are you going to keep up the hope? So long as you're alive, there's hope. That's the last thing that I'd like to tell you guys. So keep going, keep pushing. Exams, life, whatever. Focus on what is ahead, work harder, do your best. Some of the richest guys in this nation, some of the most successful guys in this nation just focused on what is ahead, not on the failures. They learned and moved ahead. So please, let's focus on laying the next brick. Let's focus on working hard. And please, we cannot lose hope. We just can't. We can't quit. All the best, guys. I'll finish with a word of prayer. Our Father, what in heaven, Lord, we thank you so much for these sessions. We thank you for day one. We thank you for the second session, the third one, the fourth one. Lord, we thank you for this last session. Indeed, you've been with us. Indeed, you have guided us. Indeed, you've led us. King of Kings, these guys have done their best. They've put in the effort. Lord, may you bless the work of their hands. As they start the exams on the 16th, King of Kings, may you go before them. May you shine your light upon them. King of Kings, may you bless them. Even as they enter into the legal profession, King of Kings, Jehovah Jireh, my Father, may you give them success. May you guide them. May you cover them. May you give them the wisdom that they need and the knowledge and the intellect that they need. May you bless them in ways that they do not even understand, King Jesus. Lord God, my Father in heaven, I pray and I ask that may you give them peace. I come against any anxiety. I come against any confusion. May you help this Lord to do well. May you bless the midnight oil that they had to put in. May you bless the work that they had to put in, King Jesus, oh God. Lord, I surrender them and leave them to you. May you walk with them. May you take over each and everything. And it is in your mighty and holy name that we pray and believe in this last meeting. Amen. Thank you, guys. All the very best. Let's follow each other on LinkedIn, on whatever, anywhere. Let's speak. Let's talk on WhatsApp, and all the best. You guys can do it. You guys are brilliant. You guys are beautiful. You guys are the next generation of this country. You are the senior counsels. You are the next judges. You are the chief justices. Believe in that. Have that perspective, and all the best. Do not lose hope. Do not lose hope. Bye, guys. Good night. All the best in exams.
Good night.
Thank you. Amen.
Good night.
Good night.
Good evening. Cheers.
Thank you.